singer. But I record day, but home more. I got the better money when you got the mic, we some water that I go on the second whatever. And we don't go somewhere maybe because I just said it was disconnected one, some of them said that well I was a complainer about one of them. My better put them. Ah. They'll go to the podium, I guess. Oh, what's the way? My switch, this one's off. Can I still hear? Can you still hear? Bishop, give this please.
Yes.
Kok nami John?
Today. I will too.
Says it? Again. Sure.
The Honorable Madam Speaker.
Thank you. May all be seated. My apology. We shall now meet for silence prayers or meditation. Thank you. May all be seated. And thanks once more for reminding me that it is important to start our meeting with prayer. Thanks very much. Honorable members, before we could start with our orders of the day, allow me to announce that as the Limpopo, honorable members, we mourn the death of the First Lady of the province, Ms. Meki Matavata, the wife of our Premier, Honorable Chukus Devi Matavata. Ms. Matavata passed on yesterday morning after a short illness. The legislature take this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to the family, relatives, friends, and the people of Limpopo and beyond about the ultimate passing of our mother. The legislature wishes Matavata family strength during these difficult times. We trust that the family finds comfort as they deal with this tragedy. And may we request the House to rise and observe a moment of silence. May her soul rest in peace. Thanks very much. You may be seated. On that note, honorable members, I also wish to inform you that the Honorable MEC Squati SC will be acting as the Premier of Limpopo from the 29th of June 2023 to the 18th of July 2023. Thanks very much. Again, honorable members, before I proceed with the motions on item 2, I would like also to indicate or to reflect on what happened on Tuesday between the Speaker and Honorable Shoka. So after the meeting, the chairperson of the Ethics Committee mediated on what happened on Tuesday between the Speaker and Honorable Shoka. So the matter is resolved and we have reconciled. Thanks very much. Item 2. Are there any motions without notice in terms of House Rule 145? Honorable Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress for this House to note that the ANC welcome with gratitude the induction of the Mental Review Board, which was conducted by the Provincial Department of Health under the proficient leadership of MEC Popira Matuba on Tuesday, the 27th June 2023. This is a legal body established to review the mental state of individuals who may pose a danger to themselves or to others, and also to evaluate the person's mental capacity, determine the level of risk they pose, and recommend appropriate treatment or confinement measures. Honorable Speaker, the Mental Review Board will provide an avenue for regular review of an individual's mental health status. Definitely, this is essential, as mental health conditions can change from time to time, and periodic assessment can ensure that individuals receive the appropriate level of care and treatment, and equally ensures that individuals are not unjustifiably detained, provides legal framework to challenge any unjust confinement. In her own words, the MEC for Health, Dr. Amatuba said, open quote, "We are confident that this induction will provide an efficient and effective intervention mechanism for dealing with individuals experiencing mental health challenges, ensures that the society's health and welfare are protected, and provide a legal framework for regular review of mental health status. People living with mental illness can now receive help and support they require to lead fulfilling healthy life." Close quote. The study revealed that South Africans suffer higher rates of probable depression and anxiety than other countries, So with this intervention, our people will receive indispensable assistance as and when they seek help, because mental health woes are endemic in our country. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any second? Honorable Munyama. Thank you. Any motion without notice? Honorable Strong.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the caucus of the EFF led by our whip, Honorable Rama today, and our members of the Executive Committee present here, members of this August House, receive our professional greetings. Honorable Speaker, I think we must categorically say things the way they are. There is no reconciliation that has happened, because there was never any personal issue that we had. All the issues that we discussed here were political issues that we debated here. I think it is going to be factual to tell the House if indeed Sishoka Ujireta Watu or Asset Chabatu now. Because if you are not going through that, then we'll continue with the processes, because that is the only issue. But nonetheless, we believe you'll address it, and other than that, then we'll have to proceed with the other ways of making you accountable for that. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that Statistic SA revealed in May this year that Limpopo has got 7,000 people who are desperate for jobs and 511,000 who gave up hope forever finding the means of earning living. These staggering figures are shocking and scary, to say the least, because they imply that the majority of citizens go to bed with an empty stomach. If we can ask what the government has done since these figures were released by State SA, you will find a scattered response. We will not get a correct answer. During the 2023 State of the Province, the Premier of this province applauded the decrease of unemployment in Limpopo at 5.3%. That is from 36.3% down to 31%. But this decrease are insignificant given the fact that the majority of people in the province are still unemployed, more especially the youth. These unemployment statistics can be linked to the rising level of crime in Limpopo, especially the areas like Twando, where there is now a new trend of kidnapping people. Certainly, instead of working hard to reduce the unemployment, the government celebrates the insignificant achievement. The EFF calls upon the current government to tirelessly work on strategies to reduce the high level of unemployment in the province. I thank you.
Any second? Honorable Malaga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am Malanga, rising from the Economic Freedom Fighters and official opposition in this chamber. Stand to second Honorable Sishoka Jedrick for the motion that is presented. I so move, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motion without notice? Honorable Deputy Chief Whip Muchadi.
On behalf of African National Congress, to note the motion of cabinet, to note that as African National Congress, this morning in Limpopo, we are so profoundly saddened by the passing on of Comrade Medina Tabata.
chapter 31. The beloved wife of ANC Limpopo chairperson and Premier, Kochuku Stanley Matarat, Maggie Matarat, passed on in the morning of the 20th June 2023 after a short illness, leaving a void in the house of all who knew her, like me and other comrades of the regime. The ANC in Limpopo extends its deepest condolences to Comrade Chukwuseni Matarat, the bereaved family, friends, and the people of Limpopo. Madam Speaker, Comrade Matarat was a woman of extraordinary character and unwavering dedication as the patron of the Limpopo First Lady Trust since 2013. She exemplified compassion and leadership, leaving an indelible mark on the socio-economic landscape of the province. Her tireless effort in championing the rights and well-being of disadvantaged individuals will be forever remembered by the family, friends, and the people of Limpopo. Madam Speaker, during your tenure, Comrade Maggie Matarat played a pivotal role in uplifting underprivileged families. Her selfless commitment will leave a lasting legacy in the hearts of those she touched. The Limpopo office of the Premier will provide further updates regarding funeral arrangements, allowing the community to pay their last respect to this remarkable woman who has left an indelible impact in our province and our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I so move.
Thank you, any seconder? Honorable Pana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion by the Honorable Chief.
Thank you. Any motion without notice? We are done with the motions. Item 3, any notices of motion in terms of House Rule 146? None. Are there any statements by members in terms of Rule 200? Honorable Martin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to members of this House. I would take it for granted that it is with due respect that I speak from one seated, because I realize that working from there will take approximately 3 minutes, so that would have delayed the proceedings of this sitting. So receive my apology from speaking where I'm seated. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress because we, as the African National Congress and the entire province, we have seen the disturbing news that the Department of Health in Limpopo province has awarded a tender to companies to deliver codes to hospitals, even though the hospitals are said not to have boilers. We also learned from media reports that companies might have been paid for delivering coals to hospitals which do not even use coal because they do not have boilers. As the ruling party, we find this news quite concerning. We therefore request that the MEC for Health, Dr. Constance Popira-Matura, to take this House into confidence about whether there is any element of truth to what is being said. We want to hear from the MEC if indeed the department awarded a tender to companies to deliver coal to hospitals, of which some of them do not even have boilers. The MEC should inform us about the number of companies awarded this tender and the number of hospitals allocated to these companies as per this alleged tender. And further take us through as to out of these hospitals, how many of them do not have or are not using boilers as it is alleged. Honorable MEC, please take this August House into confidence on the tons of coal that have been delivered and the number of orders that the department has granted to date. It is also of critical importance for this August House to know if there are any invoices that have been processed and whether there are any financial implications incurred in the process. Honorable MEC, how far is the investigation, if any, on how the awarding of this tender was concluded? That included even hospitals without boilers as alleged. And once the investigations are finalized, kindly come back to this August House and keep us abreast on the development of such allegations, such investigations. As of now, Honorable Speaker, I will not dwell much on rumors and allegations, but will begin and await the finalization of the investigations if there is any. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable.
And we also want to acknowledge the letter we've received from Democratic Alliance. We will communicate further. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Mati. Any statement by members? Honorable van der Walt.
Speaker, 29 years ago, our country celebrated our newly found democracy, which celebrates and accepts any democratic election outcome, including those of municipal office bearers like mayors, speakers and chief whips, and even committee chairpersons. The illegal takeover of Tabazimbi local municipality by the speaker and mayor is anything but democratic. Today, they have not been sworn in, and the mayor recently explained on national television that she was already sworn in as a councillor after the 2021 local government election, so she doesn't need swearing in again for anything. In Maruleng municipality, the ANC dictates which councillors can represent their parties on committees. Legislation determines proportional representation of parties, and parties nominate their own reps, including the impact committee. In Oorstad, the communities have yet to see their ward councillor and cannot participate in any public participation, especially to discuss and contribute to their IDP and budget needs. The ineffective satellite office forces the community to drive to Burgers for services that are entitled to. In Makado, the municipal officials and ANC politicians just blame non-delivery of water, by the way a constitutional right, on the vending municipality and couldn't care if residents, especially the vulnerable in the society, are without water for 9 days or longer. In Bela Bela, hundreds of street lights is out of order, some since the date of installation. In Morimori Mokopong, the Speaker was very quick to call a special council meeting to elect a new mayor and to fill critical positions in the organic rim, but she could not with the same urgency postpone the meeting after her party failed to pitch. The travel costs should thus be for her own account of those councillors that did pitch. In 2024, the ruling party in Limpopo will pay dearly for their lack of understanding and delivering on democratic and service delivery rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member statement? Honorable Mabu.
Thank you very much, and let me take this opportunity to send my revolutionary greetings to my colleagues, led by our Chief Whip, Natana Manovela, members of the executive present today, and the August House, members in the gallery. Honorable Speaker, let me first start by, as an African, to say, Ruwelega Matlo, indeed from the EFF, it's indeed tasked us to lose our First Lady. But always, as we are believers, we take solace to the scriptures, where in Matthew chapter 5, where it says, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." All of us, let's pray for the family to be more united under this difficult moment. And I think as the EFF, we are behind you and your movement and the family of the Premier. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, also to give me this opportunity just to send condolences from this revolutionary movement. I stand here, Honorable Speaker, coming to support the ways of our Deputy Speaker in the House and our Honorable Master to say where we are saying we are going to relax after hard work, we are not safe at the parliamentary village. Our safety comes first. And I think if this thing is not going to be taken serious, some of us will say those who came and presented this matter here, they presented the matter because they don't know the situation. Only if they stay there and sleep there 24 hours. Those who are sleeping there 24 hours, they will tell you. Just recently, just yesterday, few hours ago, you hear a person calling, the person who's visiting you, calling you. The person who's coming to kill you, right at the gate, right in front of the security, calling you that I'm coming to your house. This thing must be taken very serious, Honorable House. It's not about politicking here, it's about your life. And when you look at the infrastructure is not conducive for people like you. And it doesn't matter whether you belong where, but I think your life are in danger. Unless this thing, you have said it for those who are not belonging to the ANC. And if indeed you are human beings, you've got heart, and you take safety of yourself and your family very serious, you will do this as soon as possible. Furthermore, the tales of visitors are not captured. And the security personnel just allow free. If you come out, it's very easy. I've seen it, I've tasted it, and I've sent 2 people to practice it. And when cars get in, they can't even open the boot or whatever. When the cars get out, remember, we just presented this to say the level of kidnapping in our province is taking its toll. The car gets in. When it comes out, sometimes they've taken MEC of health. But take this thing very serious. Now, I think if you are serious, you are not going to joke about this thing. If you are serious, if it's a joke, and you are an MEC, you take it as a joke, it will happen. Even if you are an MEC of safety, you will never be safe. I'm telling you because I think it's like a joke. We have seen it. Then therefore, I think in terms of our act, which all of us we know, that Act of 1980, which stipulates that protection must be given to all strategic places, including yourselves here. But my concern is that sometimes the security companies that will employ, you might be a director, a shadow director, or a hiring director. But if we are not benefiting anything out of these security companies, please deploy our own police to come and guard us and take care of your lives, not only me. Some of us have lived, we are dead already, but we are still young. I'm telling you, the Honorable Charles White, you are young. Please go and correct that situation and make sure that your families and your belongings are safe. We are not politicking here, but we are talking the truth. Therefore, the MEC of Public Works and the MEC of Safety and Security in the province must collaborate and make sure that they respond to the house as quickly as possible. I'm saying this because the level of crime has risen. There's no food anywhere. And you are seen as the cream where people can benefit. I'm telling you to say, you are the first online because you are flourishing. They see you as the most victims that they can catch first. But I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and take this matter very serious. It's not politicking. It's something that we don't have to come and discuss in the next sitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mabu. Any member statement? Thanks very much. Honorable Baka, thank you,
Vito Nitimuko Mangani. Nivumeleleni nisheweta mupremier wa hina wa siku, Premier Sikwati, va MPC, lava nga kona na tindzawulo to hambana, byi karhi byi xeweta na ximoko xa vandla ra Economic Freedom Fighters, byi karhi byi xeweta na vatirhikulori laha ndlwini ya August, xikan'we na vaendli vo huma ka tindzawulo to hambanahambana na vaendli va hina lava nga nyikiwa vutshamo le henhla. Inkomu. Honorable Speaker, the heartless and cruel government continues to abuse and expose our children to all sorts of danger. On Tuesday, 27th June 2023, about 60 primary school learners from Limpopo went to Gauteng to take part in 2023 ABC Municipal National Schools Choral Eastern Forward Championship, and the level of the abuse these children suffered is heartbreaking. Any government which abuses its own children will never see the kingdom of God. That is why Jesus said, Let the children come to me. That is how much God values the children. The most painful thing is that learners slept in a bus under very freezing conditions. But secondly, majority of learners from our province did not take part in the competition due to this bad experience. You can imagine children leaving their own comfort homes to represent the province at national, only to sleep in a bus the whole night because no accommodation was arranged for them. These children were freezing cold the whole night because of the freezing winter, and majority of them caught flu due to the conditions they were subjected in. The Department of Education failed our children. The learners did not bath in the morning because they slept in the bus, while this compromises their hygiene in a big way. We call upon the MSc of Education to investigate this matter, and those who are responsible for this cruelty must account in their actions. I thank you.
Thank you. Any member statement? We are done. Are there any response or comment from the executive? Honorable Dr. Ramachua, followed by the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our Acting Premier, Honorable Siapo Squati, and members of the Executive Council, the leadership of the opposition party, the fellow colleagues, members of the legislature. We, as a Department of Health, we do welcome the member statement by the African National Congress to show that it's a caring government, that we want to know how the resources that are allocated to serve the people of Limpopo are being utilized by the people of, by the Department of Health, which has been given that mandate to serve the people of Limpopo in terms of providing healthcare services. And it is quite encouraging that the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee has raised the concern to want to understand, as part of the oversight, how is the department running its business, especially when we see all these news that are all over social media. Honorable Speaker, let me indicate to you that I think it was on the 17th of April 2023 when the Limpopo Department of Health awarded a contract to 16 service providers to supply and deliver fine coal to hospitals across the province. So, subsequent to that award, the Ministry of Health received from external stakeholders concerns that it appears as if some of the service providers have been awarded a contract to facilities that necessarily do not have coal using boilers, or either they do not have the functional boilers using coal, because those boilers still had to undergo maintenance. On receipt of that, because the NEC doesn't ignore, no matter how small or any whistleblower will raise the issue, we immediately instructed the acting head of department, because these are PFMA matters which falls within the accounting officer, to investigate and give explanation and preliminary report while full investigations is going on as to what could have transpired. Honorable Speaker, I can indicate to this House that in terms of the preliminary report that I received, 12 of the 32 hospitals that have been allocated those service providers do not have coal piers, or the coal piers that they have are currently dysfunctional and they are currently busy with maintenance. Surprisingly to me, while we were still busy, there has been a communication from the head of department to the CFO to explain, wanting him to explain what happened. The CFO wrote to the chief director, who is the end user infrastructure, to explain how you come up with the specifications that includes hospitals with coals, with boilers that are still under maintenance. That is information which is supposed to be within the department, which is part of even the early investigation. It is the information that is circulating around the media space, which put the Department of Health also to say our information system, it's in real danger and real risk. But that will not make us not to continue. Because there's a possibility that people who take that information could be the ones who are involved and would want to temper and influence the current investigations. But we are even getting now external people to come and do the investigation. But Honorable Speaker, I must also put it on record that as I've indicated, I immediately got the complaint before even contracts were signed between the service providers and the department. As such, the questions that are being asked, how much was paid, how much tons were delivered, the tender had not even kickstarted to work, that is why I appreciated that whistleblower. Hence I'm saying there are people now who want to interfere and tamper with the current investigation that is going on. What we can reassure the honorable members here is that no order has been issued, no tons of coal has been delivered, no service provider has been paid any cent. We have already, while we are investigating what led to this, because it is only end users who provide specifications to the supply chain team with those numbers of hospitals, which is where we are going to really find out what happened. We have now called all those service providers, and only those hospitals that have got functioning boilers have been awarded the contracts, and the contracts have been signed for the only facilities that are functioning. We will closely monitor this, but we will come back to this August House and respond and update to you, and the consequence management that would have happened, we would. But for now, in terms of PFMA, no cent has been lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We welcome the statement by Honorable Mapolo. We must indicate that we had already responded on Tuesday, but we take serious the issue that he has raised. We are going to have a meeting with the MEC for Public Works, the MEC for Safety, a collaborative meeting where we discuss, because Parliamentary Village is a national key point. The legislative precinct is also a national key point, meaning that SAPS must take charge of the security. So we'll do that. Honorable Swati has already given us a go-ahead in terms of assisting in terms of refurbishing because for SAPs to come to the parliamentary village, Honorable Mako, for SAPs to come to the parliamentary village, we must first deal with the security gate. Put it in a standard that requires that that area is a national key point, so that then SAPs can take over the security of that village. We take very serious the matter that we raised. The security of the members is a very serious matter, not only in the parliamentary village, even here. That is why we also want to demarcate this area, so that there is no free flow of people. When members are coming to the legislature, anybody can just come in. You don't know what can happen to MECs as they are being dropped there at the drop zone, or members as they are picking behind there. We take that matter serious, and we really appreciate that we have raised it, and we will follow up and come back and report to the House in terms of the progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable MEC of Education, Lord Ramakan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable MECs present, Leader of Opposition, all honorable members present in the House, our chairperson of the Education Committee. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by joining those that are saying deepest condolences to our Honorable Premier, because indeed for us as the Department of Education, the loss of the family also affects us, because one of the programs of the First Lady of this province was to do more work and also do a lot of donations in our ECDs. So indeed, as the Department of Education, will dearly miss her presence in our schools. I want to also clarify the issue that has been raised by the Honorable Member, that we should be able to tell the truth where the truth is due, and be able to acknowledge where we have made a mistake. We want to acknowledge that as the Department of Education, we have got schools, 5 schools that had to leave on Tuesday. The first team of cohorts that had to leave to go and participate in the music competition, as the Honorable Member has said. When they actually arrived in Joburg, they were booked at Pactonian. When they arrived at Pactonian, the accommodation was not sufficient. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the first group arrived, I was called personally by a principal of one of the primary schools in Boko, which the member is referring to. Then he actually alluded to say, one, as part of his school is not accommodated in Pactonian, they are panicking on behalf of their learners. But I can also indicate that the schools that went there, 5 of the schools, Albert Lutuli, Homutlo, Tiputi, Ritabile, Busile, Mapeza, they were the schools that were there on Tuesday. Albert Lutuli were the ones that then, with the rooms that were allocated as the department at Pactonian, they were able to sleep there. All the schools, as I've alluded and mentioned their names, they were able to eat their meals there at Pactonian Hotel. Then as a department, we then arranged, Honorable Speaker, accommodation in Hatfield, Centurion, for the other 4 schools that did not get accommodation in Pactonian to go there. But the Mapeza school, as the principal that has called me, when all the learners were requested to go to Pretoria, they indicated that the educators and the SGB that were with the children indicated that when they left Bochum, they told the parents of the children that the children would sleep at Pactonian. so they did not participate in going to Pretoria, to Centurion, and a Hatfield for them to be able to sleep. At 4 o'clock the following day in the morning, I was receiving a call from the same principal indicating that him and the school governing bodies could not sleep in Pretoria. As he spoke to me, the children were arriving home. The other school have remained. They participated in the first day. The second group that went in on Tuesday evening, they were able to be accommodated at City Lodge in Morningside and Road Lodge because we had to accommodate. What happens with these competitions? The learners that goes on the first day, on the second day when they finish performing, they come back. And I can confirm to this house that when we speak, all the learners are safe except for the school that came back. They did not participate. And yesterday, our special school, Sututulwane, took position break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MC. Honorable Acting Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me join the rest of my colleagues in expressing words of condolences to the family of our Premier, Honorable Stanley Chukuma Tabata, and say that we are all with them in our prayers, and I hope that we will all show the support that is necessary towards comforting the family. Madam Speaker, I would want to, on behalf of the MEC for Coxstar, MEC Makam, respond to the matter that was raised to Honorable Mayor van der Waal, which I think we would like to really, set the matter straight here, or the record straight, because Mayor van der Waal had raised many issues, and we have been all over. We are trying to make head or tail, and we are really struggling. Yes, you are all over the show. You are not factual. You are saying, you're talking about Orokstad, you're talking about Kawazimbi, you're talking about Tumazi, you're talking about everything about, I don't know what really you're talking about. And I would like to assist you that let us have your concerns, perhaps in writing, so that they are systematically followed and make sure that we are able to get proper response. Because the matters that we have raised do not necessarily have any context or gist. Because and the least that you can say is to accuse the ANC of not understanding democracy. Yes, if the MEC has got a petition, say that the MEC has received your petition and has not responded, then we can make follow-up on that one. But please do not accuse the ANC of not understanding democracy, because that is a myth. We all know that it is the ANC that fought for democracy. It is the ANC that for many years that have made sure that all of us are able to become part of the society to build a nation. And hence, we have always said that we want to build a united, democratic, and non-racial society which is prosperous. That is what we are saying. And that is what ANC stands for. So I don't know what you are talking about. You are the least, at least, to accuse the ANC about democracy. So please make sure you say what you want in a correct manner so that we are able to follow it up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's move to item None. Tabling of committee reports and other reports and papers, also none. Let's proceed to item 7, orders of the day. Consideration and adoption of the reports of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to everyone in the House. I, Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, humbly request this August House to consider and adopt 2022-2023 second quarter report on public administration in the office of the Premier. I so move.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Swan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My schedule request as rise to second Honorable Mantata Mahasela on the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, humbly request this August House to consider and adopt 2022-2023 third quarter report on public administration in the office of the Premier.
Thank you. Any second? Honorable Swan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second Honorable Mantata Mahasela on the motion. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, humbly request this August House to consider and adopt 2022-2023 fourth quarter report on public administration in the office of the Premier. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Swan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise my hand to second Honorable Mantata Mahasela on the motion. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Swan. Thank you. We shall now refer to the Speaker's list for the debate. Our first speaker is Honorable Swan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for affording me this opportunity to debate on the 2022-2023 second quarter report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration. The Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Deputy Honorable and the Deputy Speaker, the Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair, the Acting Premier, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, honorable members of the Executive Committee present here today, honorable chairpersons of various portfolio committees, and honorable members of the August House, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I greet everybody. Honorable Speaker, allow me to send condolences to the Premier and the family for their loss, as we are from the Portfolio Committee on Public Admin. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to welcome let me take this opportunity to welcome the opportunity to reflect on the work of the provincial administration generally during the periods under review, especially with regard to our youth, more so as we close the youth month. It is befitting, Honorable Speaker, that we reflect honestly on what the progressive government is doing to accelerate youth economic emancipation for a sustainable future. Let me remind this August House that 2023 marks the 47th anniversary of the 1976 June Soweto uprisings. Since declaring June 16 Youth Day in 1994, various programs and projects have been developed by the People's Government to develop and empower our youth. Such programs as part of the presidential youth employment interventions range from education, training, leadership, internship, and entrepreneurship, all meant to develop and empower our young people. We are comfortable as a portfolio committee that in our province, municipalities such as Polokwane, Bela Bela, and Molalapena, which were lagging behind, have finally dedicated officials to deal with youth mainstreaming within their institutions. We urge everybody to ensure that all organs of the state put more measures and permanent structures to deal with mainstreaming youth empowerment and development. Honorable Speaker, also worth mentioning and commendable is the procurement targets that have been set aside for the youth. We urge all the state entities to ensure that these procurement targets are met and even surpassed. We further urge other social partners to join government to realize the goal of youth empowerment and development in our lifetime. Similarly, the goal of realizing the empowerment and development of other vulnerable sectors of our society, such as women and people with disabilities, cannot be left unattended. All government institutions must ensure that they comply with the agreed targets. Sadly, many government institutions are lagging behind in these areas. The provincial administration is at less than 50% as far as women representation at senior management services level is concerned. Honorable Speaker, with regard to persons with disabilities, only 4 departments, which is the Office of the Premier, the Department of Social Development, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, are complying with the 2% employment equity target. The Department of Education is at 0.2%, is the worst performing department in this regard. The issue of the empowerment and development of the people with disabilities is more worrying as far as procurement is concerned. The agreed threshold for procurement for people with disabilities in terms of the Limpopo preferential procurement strategy is 7%. However, the entire provincial administration is sitting comfortably at just under 0.1% of the total procurement on entrepreneurs with disabilities. We urge the provincial administration to strengthen the interministerial committee on quality of life to ensure compliance with the agreed targets as far as employment equity and procurement for all targeted groups are concerned. All the executive authorities and accounting officers must also be held accountable for failure to achieve these agreed goals. Honorable Speaker, we remain concerned that there is poor spending on the budget across government in general, and specifically by the municipalities. Several of the municipalities in the province are not doing well with regard to spending of their municipal infrastructure grant. Poor performance by contractors and delays in supply chain management have been cited as some of the reasons for this poor state of affairs. We are of the view, Honorable Speaker, that there is also a problem of poor planning. The MIG aims to eradicate municipal infrastructure backlogs in poor communities. This will be achieved through the provision of such services as water, sanitation, roads, housing, and electricity. It must be noted that the provision of these services is a major priority of our Constitution. Lack of or inadequate access to basic services poses a major challenge with regard to the general well-being and healthy livelihoods of the vulnerable sectors of our society, especially the women, youth, and people with disabilities. Honorable Speaker, there is therefore a close relationship between spending of the MIG and the budget generally and the well-being, development and empowerment of our people, especially in the areas of employment, procurement and entrepreneurship, all of which must be preferentially geared towards the most vulnerable in our society. Poor performance in these areas derail economic development and growth opportunities in poor communities. As we conclude, Honorable Speaker, we therefore call upon the entire provincial administration with the Premier's office at the forefront to ensure that the problem of under or poor spending, which also affects provincial departments, is addressed so that no funds are returned to the national government. Our province is rural in character and can therefore not afford situations where funds are under or poorly spent when our people are in dire need of basic services, of all whom are constitutionally guaranteed to them. And I so move it. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Limpopo.
Madam Speaker, and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, the office of the Premier is not providing the necessary leadership that is expected from them, and therefore does not inspire confidence to sister departments. We expect this office of the Premier to be a coordinating department, to lead other departments by example, and especially on matters of governance. Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that not all departments complied with 10% vacancy rate on PESA in the quarter under review, especially quarter 2. 7 departments did not comply, and they are Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Cogstar, Inculprit, Education, Provincial Treasury, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Transport and Community Safety, and Office of the Premier. Why should the Office of the Premier be counted with non-compliant department when it should be leading by example? It is clear, Honorable Speaker, that the political campaign of this office lacks the necessary vision to change the fortunes of this province to an inspirational story that favors development narrative. Furthermore, only 0.01% of the total procurement was spent on entrepreneurs with disabilities. This percentage of procurement on people with disabilities is disappointing. While it is clear that people with disabilities are not taken serious. And we are going to be punished. It's not a joke. It's not a joke if you think I'm joking here. Go back and check the percentage that we share with the people with disability. Please, go and remember who is on this one. They continue to be marginalized by the current administration as more and more opportunities are closed to them. The preferential procurement policy does not benefit people with disabilities. Instead, it benefits political allies, girlfriends and friends and family members. Honorable Speaker, 3 municipalities, namely Polokwane, Belabela and Wallapur, do not have youth officers for mainstreaming of youth programs. How are you going to deal with social needs in society while municipalities do not have youth officers for mainstreaming youth programs? It is for this reason that the majority of youth under municipalities are literally around the street because there are no programs in place to empower them with skills. You only empower them with crime and inequities and drunkenness. That's all that we see. It is regrettable that in Q3, labor cases received on grievances were still pending due to unavailability of presiding officers and insufficient information to support the allegation. It is your responsibility of the department premier to provide presiding officers to deal with these grievances and cases. If you can't provide presiding officers, you must provide them. And don't call consultants. Go and employ our youth there. They're literally in the street. Stop complaining about petty issues that you can resolve yourself unless if some of these cases evolve in your political allies, involved in your political beliefs. Furthermore, there were a further 3 arbitration and 5 disputes cases which were not resolved in prescribed time frames. The labor cases were not resolved within prescribed time of 90 days. Of the 113 cases, only 26 were resolved within the appropriate time frame. Honorable Speaker, there are 5 youth-owned companies and entrepreneurs that are benefiting in the procurement of the province in the Department of Courts as contractors during this period of under review. Look, click up. Only 5. Imagine how many only 5 will be true. I said here, as parents, we're going to be killed by our own children. Because parents are millionaires, but who are directors of those youth who own these companies? We want to know them. And when did these companies that were given these contractors established? And what is their relationship with the administration? Are they ANC youth league members? We need to report on this one. Because they can't be selected among the millions of youth in the province. Only being 5. Furthermore, 5 companies, as far as a lazy target, out of the million, will simply say we need 5. We need ambitions and aggressive targets that will change the lives of our youth. Honorable Speaker, the municipal infrastructure grant expenditure was 81.9% as compared to 50%. And I would say the people of province, and I think they are saying it, were more than to parade, to win the fair, come to know, 12.
Honorable from the right.
Speaker, I'm very tempted to first reply
that the government must abide by. The department must understand that as it forms part of the Office of the Premier, it should showcase exemplary and clean governance at all times. If not, how can you expect other departments to do well? The expenditures should be above board and be compliant with all legislation. Corruption and fruitless and wasteful expenditure have seen little or no consequence management for implicated officials and office bearers. Employees should under no circumstance be allowed to do business with the state or any organs of the state. This department has in the past been reluctant to act on those found guilty and keeps mum about the sanctions against anyone found guilty. Critical funded posts must be filled timelessly with fit-for-purpose individuals, not cadres or unqualified persons. We must do a lot more considering the high unemployment figure in our province. Quarterly reports refer to the 10% vacancy rate as if it is in the norm to have vacancies. Instead, that should only be the, let's say, upper limit for possible vacancies. Note that government posts should not be about paying back favours, but to provide excellent services to the people of our province, funded by those who pay hard-earned taxes. The ministerial handbook should be followed, especially with reference to Annexure C, which deals with the composition and tasks in a member of the Executive Council's offices. Labour cases remaining unresolved for more than 90 days remain concerning. In the third quarter, only 26 out of 113 cases were resolved within the appropriate time frame. We note the assistance to several municipalities, as well as the vacancies of municipal managers and CFOs and technical services officers. However, we request that an urgent investigation into the acting municipal manager of Tabazimbi, who thinks that he is solely in charge of the municipality, its ANC councillors, the buildings, the budget, and that he can hire and fire officials as he pleases. Legal letters served on him to pay outstanding salaries to the mayor and the staff in the mayor's office are being ignored, and his legal costs should therefore be for his own purse. He has no democratic values and principles, just power of own goals. The completion of Namdoni Dam is years behind schedule and billions of rands overspent on the original project, which could have assisted other dams projects. The very same for the raising of the Zamin Dam wall with 3 meters. Both these projects are 20 years and counting, and not close to completion. Despite the achievements mentioned in the reports of completed housing units, the MIG grants returned to National Treasury is hurting our people on the ground who remain living in undignified shelters. Speaker, in conclusion, we request urgent intervention from this department regarding the SIU reports recently presented to the Portfolio Committee of Kokta in the National Assembly, which has made reference to municipalities of Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vanderwalt. Honorable Mahasan and the committee chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Our acting Honorable Premier, Charles Kwati, the Chief Whip, and the Deputy Chief Whip, members of the Executive Committee, the MECs, our Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this House, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also join other members by conveying our heartfelt condolences as the Portfolio Committee of the Public Administration to our Honorable Premier who has lost his wife, and we say, as the committee, Relalena and Akumche Adilebo. The period under review, Honorable Speaker, saw improved and marked performance by the Office of the Premier with regard to meeting its stated quarterly targets. In this regard, we note and welcome the strides that the office and the entire public administration in general made to meet the 5 strategic pillars of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. Importantly, in this context, the office made huge progress as far as whistleblowing is concerned. We commend those staff members who drew the whistle and reported cases of irregular appointments, fraudulent travel claims, and loss of government assets. Another important pillar of the strategy is the professionalization of the public service to optimally contribute to the creation of corruption-free workplace. Notable in this regard is the establishment and operationalization of the ethics, risks, and audit committees within the Office of the Premier. All these have a huge impact on the enhancement of governance, oversight, and accountability within the broader public service. Another key element of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has been implemented with outstanding success, is the improvement of the integrity, transparency, and credibility of our procurement system. We applaud the Office for successfully vetting and screening service providers, employees within the Supply Chain Management Directorate, and individuals who have applied for various posts within the provincial administration. It is our firm belief and conviction that these measures, together with other interventions, will go a long way towards uprooting corruption within the broader public service. Let me take this opportunity to further applaud the Office for its robustness in ensuring that public sector procurement benefits the youth, women, and people with disabilities. This is being done by monitoring the implementation of supply chain management process and targets for designated groups and elevating non-compliance in this regard to the Executive Committee for intervention. We are looking forward to the finalization of the strategies and mechanisms to further mainstream youth, women, and the disability in the province. Honorable Mabro. The other area that's so positive and commendable positive is with regard to revenue and debt collection. The Office of the Premier managed to over-collect on its forecast revenue and debt recovery against planned targets. We urge the Office and the broader public administration to implement more robust and effective measures to collect more revenue and recover more debt. We further impress upon the Office to share best practices in these and other areas with sister departments and ensure there is general improvement across the entire public administration. Similarly, other departments must make themselves available to learn from the Office of the Premier in areas where the Office is performing well. With regard to the provincial policy development framework, we appreciate immense progress that has been made. More notable are the efforts by the Department of Health and Education to comply with the framework and even ensure that their policies are uploaded on the framework portal. It is our firm belief that our capacity to excel in this area of policy development will be given more impetus by the memoranda of understanding that the provincial administration has entered into with the institution of learning, such as the University of Limpopo, Venda, and South Africa, UNISA, Tshwane, and Val Universities of Technology on Research and Development. We urge all government employees to take advantage of this opportunity and better themselves academically. Related to this and eagerly awaited is the research project that the provincial administration has commissioned with these institutions on the impact of COVID-19 on the socio-economic development in Limpopo province. We believe the research will inform more well-targeted response and interventions to deal with the after effects of the pandemic. While the above are highly commendable, there are some points. One of them relates to the high vacancy rate within the public administration. More than half of the provincial departments do not comply with the acceptable 10% vacancy rate. Some of these departments are the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which is 25%, the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, COPSTA, which is 24%, Provincial Treasury, which is 19%, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, which is 16%, and the Department of Education, which is 14%. We reiterate the call that all government entities should urgently develop and implement plans to meet the accepted targets. As we do this, we must not lose sight of also meeting the employment equity targets for the designated groups. In this area as well, the provincial administration is not performing well. We are confident that the Office of the Premier, working together with other sister departments, can ensure that the entire provincial administration meets its developmental agenda. We urge everybody to ensure that we provide the much needed employment opportunities for our people. I've seen that our DG is here with his entourage, and I'm sure that they are listening. The public sector can contribute immensely in this regard by filling all the critical and funded posts, notwithstanding the constrained financial resources at our disposal. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let's proceed to item 7.3, consideration and adoption of the budget votes and schedules. Committee Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Matlodi Caroline Mantata Marcela, humbly request this August House to consider and adopt 2023-2024 annual performance plan and budget on public administration in the Office of the Premier. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Swan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second Honorable Mantata Mahasela on the move. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable budget junction.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for affording me the opportunity to debate on the 2023-2024 annual performance plan and budget for the office of the Premier. Honorable Speaker, I greet everybody. I say all protocol observed, because wow, today it's gonna be it for me. Honorable Speaker, this budget for the office of the Premier, Vote 1, marks a complete departure from the notion of always talking about programs to the delivery tangible and actual work of delivering on the mandate of the government as articulated in various pronouncements and policy statements. The budget is an instrument through which we should realize the commitments that we made. Among them, the fulfillment of our people's desires for social development, economic growth, the creation of jobs to conquer the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The fulfillment of the basic human rights of our people, initially articulated in the Freedom Charter and later enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic, is an inescapable task bestowed upon us by history. We dare not fail. Honorable Speaker, we are confident that with the capable leadership both at an executive and administrative levels within the office of the Premier, the office will continue to deliver on the promise of the attainable clean audit for itself and the entire provincial administration. It is our conviction that most of the targets that we have set for ourselves in the APP will be achieved. This conviction is born out of the experience of the past financial year. We specifically refer to the issues of sustaining the various interventions geared towards the attainment of full and meaningful youth development and empowerment. Honorable Speaker, we have noted progress that was recorded in as far as the implementation of the youth development strategy is concerned. Interestingly, all the provincial departments and municipalities have assigned dedicated officials and structures to deal with youth mainstreaming. We express our gratitude that now the machinery for youth development and empowerment is well-oiled, effective, and fully capacitated to deliver on the commitments made for the sector. We expect to see tangible results as the office disburse the 10 million startup capital of the Limpopo Youth Development Fund that was established in partnership with the National Development Agency. We call upon other public bodies and the private sector to join the crusade for youth development in our province. More importantly, we urge the youth themselves to tap on this resource and be the masters of their own destiny. Honorable Speaker, with regard to preferential procurement targeting the youth, we applaud the Office of the Premier and the entire public administration for achieving the goal of ensuring that 15% of the entire procurement spent is geared towards the youth. We hope that this will be exceeded as the year progresses. We further commend the Office of the Premier for successfully facilitating the placement of over 50 young graduates for learnerships at the Musinamakado Special Economic Zone. Additionally, more than 100 students, 20% of whom are youth, were awarded bursaries by the office. Honorable Speaker, it is our conviction that through Vote 1 budget and APP, the office will be able to increase the pace and speed with which youth development and empowerment programs are implemented in the province. Through this and other initiatives, we should be able to realize the goal of accelerating youth economic development for a sustainable future. Achieving this will be a special tribute to the young people who laid down their lives during the June 1976 Soweto uprisings and beyond. Honorable Speaker, it is our expectation that the same energy and momentum that is displayed towards youth development and empowerment will be employed towards the development and empowerment of women and the disabled sectors of our society. These are the most vulnerable sectors of our society that require collective energy and wisdom to realize their development and empowerment. We appreciate those government departments or bodies that have achieved 2% women representation across all levels. Those that are still behind should catch up. We further call upon the provincial government to finalize the women empowerment and gender equality strategy and the Limpopo disability rights and empowerment strategy and ensure their speedy and seamless implementation. Our province is peculiar in character and therefore it requires peculiar interventions. Honorable Speaker, we are comforted by the words of the Premier who recently remarked that we have heightened our grip in repositioning the development of women, youth and the disabled at the center of government agenda. We hope this work will continue unabated. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sam. Honorable Kapu.
Thank you very much once again. Honorable Speaker, the EFF note an increase in all three main programs of the Office of the Premier. Further than the budget allocation total is 438.3 million. This increase does not excite us at all because budget increase in the Office of the Premier did not translate into any tangible development on the lives of our people. The EFF always advocated for progressive and aggressive budgets which are people-centered and development-oriented. The EFF will not approve any budget that is not radical and progressive enough to change the lives of our people for the better. This department has a tendency of taking the budget for malicious compliance with no intention whatsoever to turn the lives of our citizens. Why should we compare with a budget that is not going to support business owned by people living people with disabilities? I'll fight with our acting premier, if I can say it. Why should we become here and support budgets that are not going to benefit young entrepreneurs in the province? We know for a fact that your budget benefits only few business owned by people whom you are sharing whiskey with. Yeah. Open the business market for more young people to benefit as long as they have all the necessary requirements. Do not use political urgency as a ticket for young people to get jobs and to get business from our government. When you open more opportunities for more people to do business with the state, you will be creating more jobs for the people. It is clear that your understanding of economics is limited, hence we are taking this opportunity to school you on the nexus of relationship between business and job creation. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is also concerned that the district offices are still in the workroom instead of Skukune land. Why must the people of Skukune travel to Capricorn district to get services when their office could be relocated to Skukune region for better access to services? It's like the one-stop center that we killed for the province, for our grannies to come to Polokwane and get that one-stop center office and get services to our government. This matter is long overdue, a step that it features in almost every report, but it does not get resolved. It is forever hanging, and this is what it does. It will be dealt with. The same blow like the one-stop center. They will be told that we are no longer going to school. But we are not surprised because such anomalies only happen when the state do not have the capacity to find solution to simple matters such as the one of school district offices. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disappointed that departments have failed to implement the directive and recommendation by the Public Service Commission. The failure by the department to implement the recommendation is clear testimony that there is no political will to change things for the better, but by improving governance system. There are communities that are growing exponentially with regard to residential space, but the expansions are not accompanied by either required services such as schools, clinics, and other amenities for the new residents. This administration does not understand the concept of forward planning. Hence, they continue to be exposed on governance issues. We are lacking capacity as a state, and we are a failing state every day. Everything that we touch is collapsing. Everything that we touch in a little era, even more.
Honorable Senator.
Honorable Speaker, the budget allocation of the Office of the Premier is 438.8 million rand, which has three programs: administration, institutional development services, and governance and policy. Reference in the report is made to the 2021-22 audit outcomes of the provincial departments and its entities. Treasury remains the top department performer, with 5 clean audits, and LUB, the entity which is the only one who received clean audits for the last 3 consecutive financial years. Education, a priority department, remains at qualified audits outcomes for the 5 past years, and health with 4 qualified audit outcomes. This is extremely concerning, and these 2 departments need a lot more than just comments stating, and I quote, "more assistance to be offered for improvement," close quote. And it needs to improve to unqualified audit. Urgent expert intervention is needed. I recall that these 2 departments during a previous term of mine between 2010 and 2014 were already in the so-called ICU. Why is there no improvement? Has the Auditor General's corrective measures been taken seriously or serious? Have any heads rolled? Any consequence management action taken? Are qualified officials in all the posts? Are the unions or the departments in charge? The people of Limpopo had enough and will make different choices at the ballot boxes in 2024. Reference is made with regards to capacity building through a memorandum of understanding with a local university to provide capacity building to the province. Doesn't mention it, it could be Unilim, Uniben, or even UNISA. What expertise will they provide specifically? The Public Service Commission Act determines that subject to its provisions and the Constitution, commissioners will be appointed by the President. Part 3, Sections 8 to 13, is specific with regards to the functions of the Commission. Yet, some departments undermine this and fail to implement the directives or recommendations by the Public Service Commission. One would think that this is a serious misconduct. Any consequence management action taken? Or is this just a new word or phrase in this government's dictionary lately? Planning and Land Use Management Bill has been in the legislature for the last 6 years, and the bill is not moving towards finalization. Are we able to do proper long-term planning on rapid growth in our province? We are getting closer to the end of this term, and premiers, as the custodians of their province's governments, always leaves behind a legacy. And I'm afraid to say that our premier, his legacy will be the inability to create jobs for the people of our Limpopo. Since he took over as premier, unemployment has risen into the double-figure percentages. It's not a good legacy in anyone's terms. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mahasan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me also thank the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, members of the Executive Council, honorable members in the House, ladies and gentlemen, let me also acknowledge the DG and the Deputy in the House. Honorable Speaker, we do understand that the job of the opposition is to condemn everything that the government is doing. I mean, your job is to oppose whatever we do. Even if we do nice things, you oppose. That's your job. Honorable members and honorable speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Augustus. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Augusta House for giving us this moment to reflect on the work of the Office of the Premier under the leadership of Comrade Chukusteli Matabat.
Honorable Mahasan, there is a hand. Honorable.
As much as I don't agree with other members, honorable other members who are from the podium, I strongly believe that it is out of order for the member who's in the podium now to say that member said it's totally unconditional. So I'll request you humbly to ask it to withdraw my statement.
I withdraw. As is here. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Augustas for giving us this moment to reflect on the work of the Office of the Premier under the leadership of Comrade Chukusteli Matabat, the Tapalala, the Nyubi. I also hasten to convey my condolences to the Premier and his family on the sudden loss of Miss Maggie Matabati, our First Lady. May her soul rest in eternal peace. And I've already said that during my first debate. Madam Speaker, we welcome the good work that the Office of the Premier is doing and continues to do to render leadership, coordination, and support services to the entire provincial administration. We have no doubt that the office is discharging this responsibility diligently. This end role of the Office of the Premier through its programs, namely administration, institutional support, planning, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation, is reflected in the number of clean audits that the office has been receiving. These are alone puts the office in a pole position to lead the rejuvenation and revitalization of the entire provincial administration. As the saying goes, charity begins at home. The same thing can be said about the spending patterns of the office of the Premier. In the recent past reporting period, the office achieved over 95% expenditure of its budget. Its financial statements are rated among the most compliant with the best accounting practices. When it comes to revenue collection and debt recovery, or the payment of service providers within the prescribed period of 30 days, the office of the Premier performed above expectations. The office achieved 100%, 100% when it comes to the payment of service providers within the prescribed period. It must be said, though, that all these achievements will remain hollow if they do not filter down and positively impact on other government entities and departments. For them to be meaningful and sustainable, they must translate into above expectation achievements by the entire public administration. Together with other support entities like the Provincial Treasury, we urge the Office of the Premier to go down to the struggling departments and entities and empower them with knowledge, skills, and expertise so that they too can turn the tide too. Their success is also our success. There are many examples that can attest to this assumption that through cooperation we can exceed expectations. For instance, as things stand now, all the government departments have successfully implemented the 5 strategic pillars of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. It is an important achievement because at the heart of the strategy is the inculcation of an ethical, accountable, professional, developmental, and corruption-free public service. While there is room for improvement, the overall vacancy rate within the provincial administration is at near acceptable levels. A number of departments have attained the required employment equity targets for the designated groups, women and people with disabilities, at all levels of the provincial administration. We hope that as the recruitment of the heads of departments of health and economic development, environment and tourism unfold, we will not lose sight of the imperatives of employment equity at this level. We commend the Premier for ensuring that the positions of HODs of the Department of Transport and Community Safety and Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, which is called COGSTA, are filled with capable and well-qualified individuals. We hope they will use their skills to meaningfully contribute to the professionalization of the provincial administration. In the same vein, we support the call made by the Premier to ensure that there is maximum stability and continuity within the HOD and Chief Financial Officer levels of the provincial administration. This is more important as we move closer towards the end of the 6th administration and the ushering in of the 7th one. A smooth and seamless transition is required in this regard. These measures should always be embedded within the recently adopted 2020-2030 Limpopo Human Capital Investment Strategy at stakeholders and partners for the provision of training and skills development that are necessary and specifically tailored to meet the provincial development imperatives. We welcome the much progress that has been made across the entire provincial administration in meeting the various targets that have been set aside for the designated groups in relation to procurement and presentation. We, however, believe that we must raise the bar to new levels. There must be an increase from the 2% equity target for women representation at the senior management levels of the provincial administration. The same should happen in relation to the 25% procurement set aside for the designated groups. This call is informed by the peculiar circumstances that face the province. Indeed, different circumstances call for different measures. All the above achievements attest to our conviction that collaboration we can achieve a lot. We must therefore forge strategic partnership within and outside the provincial administration to drive economic recovery and reconstruction. We are witnessing the fruits of such collaboration in the implementation of the Limpopo Development Plan. The Premier's Economic Growth Advisory Council, the Impact Catalyst Initiative and other similar partnerships are yielding better results. We need more of these partnerships in the area of renewable energy. We eagerly await the development and implementation of the renewable energy strategy and implementation plan. We hope that this will outline, among others, the kind of partnerships and projects that will help the province harness the abundant renewable energy sources that is endowed with. This sector has a huge potential to contribute towards employment creation during the construction and operation phases of the project. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, it is only through a cooperation and collaboration that we can achieve common goals and objectives. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We shall now call upon the acting Honorable Premier, that is what, to come and respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me take this opportunity to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Mayor Carol Mahasela, and members of the committee for the issues that they've actually raised, issues that are very much important and pertinent to this department. The Office of the Premier indeed is its primary responsibility is coordination and ensuring that there is proper and good governance that is taking place within the province, in ensuring that all departments are complying with the laws that are supposed to be followed in all areas. And I would want to really take this opportunity to express words of gratitude, particularly for members who understand and acknowledge that there is progress that has already been achieved by this provincial government. And I would want to really sympathize with those who are saying the Premier of the province has not done anything in terms of improving governance in this province. For those that were part of the history of this province, know how this province was when it emerged from Section 100. And the Premier of this province has been able to ultimately make sure that there is good governance, but also finances are in a good state for the province to continue to function. Meaning that the Premier has been able to ultimately make sure that the people of the province are able to get the required services that they are supposed to be getting. Having said that, it does not mean that there are no weaknesses. It does not mean that there are no setbacks. It does not mean that there are areas that we have been able to achieve everything that we have set for ourselves in terms of our plans. But that says that we are committed as the Office of the Premier to ensure that at least we continue to grow the strength of the province in terms of economic, social, and make sure that our people are able to be proud of living their lives and spending their lives in this province. One of the myths I think that needs to be dealt with is the issue that the provincial government has got the responsibility to create jobs. There is a difference between creating jobs and filling vacancies. I think members must be able to understand that. Filling vacancies is to ensure that there are home bodies in government to make sure that there is efficient provision of services to our communities. And the issue of government creating jobs relates to government creating an enabling environment for business to create jobs. Hence, when you listen to the survey, whether it's in all quarters, it will tell you that in this province we've been able to increase jobs by the activities in agriculture or the activities in mining and so on and so on. Well, there are services as well. But it is important to understand, Honorable Mapuku, that it is not the responsibility of government to do that, but it is full responsibility of government to create that enabling environment for business to create those jobs. So when people are talking about vacancies, we do take it serious. And we do understand what the portfolio committee is saying about filling those vacancies, but also in terms of the levels of vacancies that have not been filled. But we are also looking, the Premier's office and the provincial treasurer is looking at a situation where we are able to reduce the compensation of employees in the province. But for us to do that, we need a scientific method and approach for us to be able to ultimately say, this is how far we should be able to go in reducing compensation of employees. Because if you look at the average, the national average in terms of COE is at 61%. And as a province, we are at 68%. And we are saying, yes, we have actually moved from 68% to 65%, but now, with the wage bill, the wage bill is going to actually take us back to towards 70%. And we are saying we need, for us to be able to fill all the vacancies, we therefore need to look at the home bodies, but also have a comparative analysis with all other provinces as to why others are able to provide certain services or efficient services with less human resources. And ours is still very, very high. So we need to have that comparative analysis and be able to understand why are we at this level, because that will be able to help us to make sure that we are able to free more resources that will go in terms of development of the people of the province, and not just pay warm bodies where we have got people doing the same and not necessarily utilizing maximum services that we can actually get out of each rent that we are paying. So we are looking at that to make sure that at least it's just not filling of vacancies, but it's also about the efficient utilization of the resources that we are having, so that we can have more development in the province, because we do not have anything outside of what we are having, and therefore, if we are continuously taking more resources to compensation of employees, it means the level of services will actually decline and go down to a level that is very much unacceptable. Hence, you are seeing all this movement that is very, very slow. It's because we are trying to work with all departments to make sure that ultimately that analysis is scientific and we are able to ultimately embark on a process that will be able to help the province. The issue of employment equity, we agree that it is not a choice for us to be able to reach the levels that are required in terms of employment equity. And it's an agreement with all departments that all the positions that are going to be filled from now onwards should be positions that are going to make sure that we are able to ultimately achieve that employment equity that is required in all departments, irrespective of any department, but everyone must make sure that we all live up to that expectation and objective in terms of employment equity. We have heard about the issues of procurement, and we believe it's a moving target, but we are actually working towards that, and we are hoping that all departments, with the monitoring that we are having, both the provincial, the treasury, and the office of the premier, we should be able to exceed those targets that have been set. We are also looking at the issues of consequence management, which has been very, very slow. However, now that we are strengthening consequence management, and we have agreed that all members of the Executive Council also needs to be responsible to make sure that there are consequence management for non-compliance in all departments. And hence today we are hosting, as a province, for all HODs and all CFOs, a workshop on irregular expenditure and framework and on the misconduct boards, to make sure that indeed there is a consequence management in the province. And we are hoping that that should also yield fruit. However, it will need all of us to make sure that we monitor, but we also get committed to that. The issues of Sekhukhune, there is progress in terms of moving the regional offices from Limpopo to Sekhukhune. And we are at a level where Surveyor General has been contracted, and a lot of work is going on. The only challenge that we were having was that we had two groups, that is Mamatala, but also some group that were actually challenging that the land that we have actually been given to develop was belonging to them. And so we are dealing with that with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and they are actually supporting us in court. We believe that it's not something that is insurmountable. We should be able to overcome that. But there is a lot of work that is going on with the provincial government and the district municipality, including Makutama municipality, to make sure that ultimately the people of Sekhukhune are able to get services closer, but also in their own district. So there is movement in that regard, and we are hoping that within no time the people of Sekhukhune should be able to get those services closer to their homes. And let me say that, Chair, the issues of Speaker, the issues of young people, indeed, it's part of the provincial risk profile that we have looked at in terms of making sure that we are able to move with speed or expedite the process of the implementation of the youth development strategy in the province and make sure that we are able to ultimately deal with the needs of young people in this province. And we do acknowledge their numbers, but also their importance as an asset for this province for development now and into the future. And Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I would like to once again thank the Portfolio Committee for guidance, but also for making sure that they continue to provide us with counsel in order to ultimately live up to good governance in this province. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to item 7.4. Consideration and adoption of the reports of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Committee Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The honorable members of the Executive Council,
Thank you. Any second? Honorable Mahasan. Thank you. Committee Chair. Any second? Honorable Makupesh. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Any second? Honorable Mahasan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our first speaker on the list is Honorable Michad.
Acting Premier, Ladies Body, Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of the Caucus House, the MCs present, guests in the gallery. I want to greet you all in the name of Christ Jesus our Lord. Madam Speaker, as we will eventually advise to debate the second, third, and fourth quarters of social development. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development was briefed by the Department on Social Development second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter performance reports for the 2022-2023 financial year. The second quarter performance report marks 6 months into the financial year during this quarter under review. The expectations are that implementation of the programs are in progress in relation to the set targets and budgets. Madam Speaker, the committee noted and commended the department on its expenditure during the second quarter, whereby 49% of the projected budget was spent. It is an achievement because the unspent budget was only 1% below the norm of 50%. However, continuous underspending from quarter one was reported on both restorative services and development and research. It has been observed that the trend of underspending in these programs is continuing from the previous financial year of 2021-2022. In terms of the overall program performance from the previous quarter to the second quarter, the department reported a performance of 42 targets against 44 targets that were approved in the APP. Honorable Speaker, the department has mandated to create jobs for the downtrodden masses of this province in order to alleviate poverty and improve the standard of living for the people of Limpopo. The creation of EPWP jobs is not a choice for the department, but a policy matter all over the country. The EPWP jobs, once planned, they must be implemented from the first quarter because it is already known that these jobs will be part of the APP and are funded through conditional grants. It's unfortunate when the conditional grant is not taken serious. The committee expects the department to spend 100% of the targets for this program without deviation. Madam Speaker, the committee will appreciate and welcome 100% of EPWP jobs created in all quarters of the financial year. This is the program in which the department must excel on it. Food security is the availability of food and the ability of individuals within communities to access, to afford, and source adequate foodstuffs. The department must ensure that through its programs, it implements and increase the number of households accessing food through food security program. The achievement of food security as a target in the previous year identified by us was another target that was not achieved by the department during the second quarter. The department is expected to be knowledgeably that increasing food prices and lack of income as a result of unemployment are among the most crucial factors contributing to food equity in South Africa. Hence, it is Hence, it is therefore crucial for management to understand the impact of structural poverty and inequality on households for security. The department must make sure that spending on this program is implemented correctly and alleviate poverty in communities. When we read John chapter 6, verse 10 to 12, Jesus said, have the people to sit down. There was plenty of grass in that place, and they sat down. About 5,000 men were there. Jesus then took the loaves, gave thanks, and distributed to those who were seated as much as they wanted. He did the same with the fish. Madam Speaker, inequality in our country and our province, it is the issue which is causing the poverty. Now, if only 5 loaves and 2 fish can feed 5,000 men, it means we can do better in this department for the people. The committee received a briefing that following the hearing findings that the AGSA in 2021-2022 audit outcome report the Department of Social Development and its audit outcome management plan to address. Under financial management services, the department planned to resolve 90% AGSA findings. The department managed only to achieve 72% in the third quarter, which was an improvement from the 59% of the second quarter. The department further reported that the reason for deviation due to the 2 findings from the previous financial years were still under investigation. Am I making sense? What is not really?
Noted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The department should provide the report on the outstanding findings on the timelines for conclusion of these findings. Madam Speaker, the committee is seriously concerned about lack of capacity in the supply chain management of the department. As AGSA identified that the internal systems are inadequate and there was non-compliance with supply chain management procedures. The issue raised by the AGSA must be treated seriously by the department because once they are addressed, the department will achieve better audit outcome. The committee was concerned because it was during this quarter of the engagement with the department where we have seen that have not yet reached that threshold which the AG want the department to reach. The committee encouraged the department to address these challenges, hoping that the annual report will bring better improvement results in the relation to supply chain management. Honorable members, we have observed also that there was a challenge in the finance section of the department. The department must work hard that the annual financial statements are prepared in accordance with what is required by the AG. The department must capacitate its finance section because it is its cornerstone in terms of realizing clean audit outcomes. The office of the CFO must be capacitated with the skills necessary to perform financial duties, and those who need training, they must be trained, Honorable MEC. The committee noted with dismay, the lack of tools of trade for social workers was still one of the continuing challenges facing the department. The committee has resolved in the previous quarter that the department must prioritize the matter and ensure provision of tools of trade for social workers. The department, Madam Speaker, previously reported 47% vacancies rate of approved organizational structure, which, with shortage of staff both at senior level and production level, the filling of 52 posts with a budget of 22 million were prioritized for 2022 to 2023 financial year. The committee appreciated the department on the progress made in ensuring that the vacancies were filled during the quarter under review. We applaud the MEC because it was very much important, Honorable MEC, that this proceed with it. Thank you for doing it as the committee we appreciate. Honorable Speaker, the committee was concerned that during an oversight visit to Seychelles Treatment Center during October 2022, further revealed several challenges surrounding the arrangement of using the medical doctor from Limpopo, who is committed in Limpopo Hospital. It's unacceptable. We need a permanent doctor at the treatment center because the people who are there, they need a proper care and proper prescription so that their lives can be improved. The department reported that it was using a volunteer doctor from Limpopo Hospital as an interim measure, while the procurement process for the services of the medical doctor were underway. For instance, the volunteer doctor comes once a week, which the treatment center does not need 1 week, once a week care. Madam Speaker, for instance, it becomes a problem when the volunteering doctor takes 1 day and the other days for admissions. It becomes a problem. This results in underutilization of the available staff. For example, on the day of the visit, there were no users admitted in the admission or detox ward, and the overall admission in the center was very low. The department must find a way to deploy a doctor who resides in Bulukwane to be assigned to Seychelles Treatment Center on a permanent basis. Madam Speaker, in the previous years, the department struggled to achieve the equity target for women in SMS level. In the third quarter, equity target for appointment of the women in SMS level was overachieved by 52%, which it shows that the MC, when he is accounting to the portfolio committee, he takes us serious, and we appreciate for that. Madam Speaker, the committee commend the department for this work well done. However, the equity target of people with disability should not only remain stagnant at 2%. Even though it's a yardstick, it needs to be improved. If there are those with the required skills, they must be afforded an opportunity, and that will be excellent. Madam Speaker, during our oversight to the department on the fourth quarter report, the department reported that there was still a challenge of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in relation to Apasha Silatole. You know, this is a long-standing issue for Apasha Silatole. We, as portfolio committee, we emphasize that Honorable MC and the department must take this very seriously. The Apasha Silatole must be taken very serious, and it must be improved. This challenge is a long-standing, and it cannot be reiterated all the time. It means whatever we are saying, it is not taken serious. With the good work which is happening, we want this also to be taken very seriously. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, we noted that previously the department struggled to transfer monies to NGO and NPOs on time. Among others were due to non compliance on the central supply directives. Requirements were not equating to their request. However, the committee observed in the fourth quarter that the department spent 97%, which is 254.977 million of the allocated 264.028 million in transfers to MPOs. But we've noted that there is a problem of monitoring and evaluation from this department, because we're not just throwing the money to the NGOs and MPOs. We need to know what is happening at the end of the day. Because if we have taken money to NGOs and NPOs and we go and still find the same problem in the communities they are serving, then there's a serious problem. So we need this monitoring and evaluation committee to take charge to monitor the money until to the last cent which has been utilized, Madam Speaker. And therefore, as I said, Madam Speaker, the budget has just invested everything. Thank you. The department reported the shortage of staff, including still the same. Yes, they are feeling it. This still a fella bill. The department, the committee encouraged the department to address the consistent challenge of lack of tools. And the department reported that the budget of 10 million for the maintenance and repair of DST, one-stop centers and office in 2023-2024 is set aside. The committee encouraged the department not to delay the implementation of maintenance to those centers because some of them are now dilapidated. The department must explain if the maintenance also includes their partial slab one-stop center. The committee support the adoption of the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Richard. And also our apology for the inconvenience of the technical errors which occurs during your debate. Maybe in emphasis, honorable members, that is why Honorable Deputy Speaker on Tuesday has indicated to say the service provider already has been appointed for the installation of a new chamber system. So just be patient. It will be okay. Let's proceed. Our second speaker, Honorable Manaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also start by conveying my condolence message to the family of Stanley Matavate, the Premier of Limpopo, on the loss of the wife, Bomagi Matavate. Chibenda chiri adzimana ulama lombe pedzi mukoti aphararana. Rine arigidimeni ulida murumba usatu uchina murumba usatu lidziwa kuchipikara. Ndikazoka kubona ariko kunozviyamba namusi. Ndiyatendera maAfrika vomva. Honorable Speaker, the lack of tools of trade for social workers in this department is worrying and disturbing. The department expects social workers to perform at their best, and yet they do not have necessary tools of trade to do the work. It doesn't make sense, not at all. In 2022-2023 financial year, 18450 million was earmarked for the purchasing of tools of trade, and a year plan for the procurement of tools of trade for social services had been developed. Can the NEC provide a comprehensive report with regard to the implementation of tools of trade plan? Such plan must take the House into confidence that something is being done about the plight of social workers in this regard.
Honorable Speaker, the economic freedom fighters is disturbed that more than 800 qualified social workers are idling without jobs. The majority of these social workers were beneficiaries of government bursaries, and now they are just dumped like there was never a plan or a vision in place when their studies were funded by the department. During the period under review, Honorable Speaker, about 1975 EPWP job opportunities were created, and the target was 2600, thus resulting in the variance of 625. The failure to reach targets in terms of job creation or any target for that matter is criminal and unacceptable. It cannot go on like this. There are hundreds of youth out there who are looking for jobs, and yet government is denying them these jobs which clearly have funding and budget available. This is not acceptable. Honorable Speaker, the department previously reported 47% vacancy rate of the approved organizational structure with shortage of staff both at senior level and production level. 47% vacancy rate is scandalous and shocking. Where else does this happen besides here in Limpopo? Honorable Speaker, how many people could have benefited from these jobs and how many families could have also benefited? In 2022-2023, the department prioritized finding of 52 posts with a budget of 32072,384 million. By the end of the first quarter 2022-23, the indication was that a total of 3 posts were filled. Scandalous is an understatement, Honorable Speaker. The level of incompetence is shocking. Non-compliance with the procurement processes and unreliable performance information, as alluded by the AG, is one of the serious anomalies in this department. Furthermore, the victim empowerment centers in Limpopo are faced with funding challenges which affect their sustainability. This defeats the purpose for which these centers were established for, and we expect nothing more than dysfunctionality and collapse. The Sishiku Treatment Center, Honorable Speaker, continues to be characterized by all sorts of shenanigans. Amongst them are low admissions, waiting lists, and lack of dedicated doctor, with many challenges in the center. Honorable Speaker, the department is struggling to implement key programs like poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods, youth as well as women development programs, which are one of the ways to combat poverty, empower the vulnerable group, and also create employment. It was evident in Q1 and Q2 when the department underspent on these key programs that they do not take them serious. Furthermore, shocking and more disturbing things continue to happen in the department. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned that the department is still providing youth with non-accredited fly-by-night bogus training. The scourge of GBVF remains ongoing challenge in the society today and continues to threaten the safety of the vulnerable groups, mostly women and children, and yet nothing concrete is being done about it. There was an increase in the number of reported cases of violence and crime in the third quarter, and yet there is no ambition to counter this increase in crime levels. All these failures are a direct indication of failed state. Unfortunately, citizens are the ones who are at the receiving end. In conclusion, let it be registered, Honorable Speaker, in this august house that as opposition, our job is not only to oppose. Yes, it's not only to oppose. However, we are here as opposition to make sure that whoever is responsible, whoever is having tasks at hand, must execute all those tasks and must be accountable and take on the responsibilities. Let me also refer the previous speaker who spoke to the dictionary to check the meaning of the word opposition. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Maharaj.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, my deepest condolences to the Premier and his family on the sad loss that he's just experienced. Strength, courage and prayers to them all. Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee has made recommendations and awaits the issue of the lack of alignment between the performance reports and the budget expenditure. In addition, the under-expenditure in critical sub-programs of both the youth and women development, as well as poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods programs, need prioritization as they aim to empower the vulnerable and poor individuals and households. It is imperative that the department continues and places huge emphasis on allocating resources to benefit the most vulnerable people, especially the victim empowerment and anti-substance abuse services. In addition, the issue of progress reporting on concerns and problematic areas from previous quarters must be tabled and ventilated or addressed. The department had undertaken to resolve 100% of the AG's findings. This after the deviation of prior years of fruitless and wasteful expenditure for Kapasha Selatole NGO. Speaker, the department's challenge in struggling to pay NGO subsidies timelessly due to the non-compliance of the central supplier database requirements needs to be addressed. Now, I find it quite strange, Speaker, that when I write to the department about NGOs who have not been paid, that I get a response from the department that says that all NGOs have been paid timelessly. But yet researchers from the very same department have come through on this report saying to us that NGOs have not been paid timelessly. This has been a historical challenge, and the department must advise on what plans or actions have now been put in place to remedy the situation. There must be proper financial management against budget to ensure that the department is not faced with cash flow challenges, as was the case in the past. The Portfolio Committee requests, as a matter of urgency, that the department urgently table a report on all invoices not paid currently in the system that are more than 30 days old. The status of these payments or invoices, the amounts involved, and the reasons as to why they have not been paid. Speaker, there remains a concern within the department of the equity target for women on SMS level. The department had only achieved 45.4%, that is 10 out of 22 against the target of 50%. The trend here indicates continuous decline from previous years, which were at 52% in the previous years. There is a major concern and a challenge on the child care and protection services sub-programs. The fourth quarter report indicates an increase in the number of child abuse cases, with 690 cases being reported against a target of 380, which in any event is quite high and on its own is also unacceptable. Speaker, we as a province and as a government are failing these abused children. It cannot be acceptable that we have these levels of abuse against the most vulnerable of our society. In addition, the department reported underspending of 84% on the issue of children placed in foster care. 2,664 children were placed in foster care against a target of 2,470. This is sad because it shows a decaying society and a non-caring society. Speaker, under the community-based care services for children, 39,014 children were reached, which exceeded the target of 31,900 by 7,114. This creates an issue and concern for drop-in centres and NGOs funded by the department, as these centres and NGOs were faced with challenges as a result of the cuts in subsidies, which impacts on their cash flow and limited funding. Whilst we applaud the department for achieving more with less budget, this cannot remain a sustainable model, as these drop-in centres and NGOs' viability also becomes a challenge and is a risk. 12,076 of the targeted 10,380 victims of crime and violence received support services, while 67 of the targeted 20 victims of crime and violence were accommodated in shelters. Both targets were exceeded, and 99% of the budget was reported. Again, well done to the department, but if you look at the flip side of this, it shows and indicates a society that is really concerning, and a department and a government that needs to do a lot more. In conclusion, it is imperative that progress regarding outstanding issues from the previous quarters must be tabled to the committee, as these need to be ventilated. NPOs must be capacitated and have the necessary expertise to run their programs to avoid non-compliance with the department's policies and processes. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maharaj. Honorable Committee Chair, Honorable Macron.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Deputy Speaker present here, the Chief Whip of the Legislature and the Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Leader of the Opposition and all leaders, official leader of the Opposition and all leaders of the opposition parties, the acting Premier, members of the Executive Council present here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is critical that the management of the department arrive to implement the recommendation and solve the findings of the Secretary General. In those recommendations and findings, that if resolved or solved, the department will be able to be counted amongst the best performing departments in the country. There were a number of findings from the previous year, and the department must have implemented them in the previous financial year of 2022-2023. We note that some of the findings by the AG were recurring and resolved, that the department must address those issues with immediate effect. The committee resolved that the department must develop a clear management plan to address these issues and report progress quarterly in the House through the committee. Mr. Speaker, the challenge in the department concerning social workers is not a new issue at all. In the previous year, the department agreed that the tools of trade be purchased and provided to social workers to enable them to do their work with ease. During the engagement in the second quarter report, the department still reported lack of tools of trade for social workers as a persistent challenge. The committee viewed this as a lack of commitment from management in particular to solve it, and it will be necessary that consequence management be instituted against the offending officers. An allocation of around 18.457 million was set aside for the 2022-2023 financial year to purchase those tools of trade. The committee recommended that the department must provide a detailed progressive report with regard to those requirements of tools of trades to this particular house by the committee. However, Speaker, the committee noted that it was concerned about the lack of commitment in terms of management of the Seshego Treatment Center. The center must not have been allowed to run for a long time without a dedicated medical practitioner or medical doctor. That center is critical in terms of rehabilitation and detoxification of young people who are admitted as addicts of substance abuse. The center also assists in one way or the other to relieve stress to those young people who cannot handle peer pressure from outside that center. The department must place a permanent medical practitioner or doctor to the center rather than relying on a voluntary medical doctor from Limpopo hospital. But we also want to thank the doctor for the volunteer work that he or she was doing, because it was of great assistance to the department. Honorable Speaker, we know women and girls make up to the majority of survivors of the victims of GBV, and as such, much of the focus of combating GBVF pertain to women and also girls. However, this does not mean that men and boys do not experience GBV. This scourge is prevalent largely because of the systematic and perpetuated gender inequality. It is a human right violation and a major barrier of achieving gender equality as well as obstacles to the country's development. The department briefed the committee in the previous 2 years that the GBVF shelters will be built. In 2022-2021 financial year, the department committed to the establishment of at least one shelter per district, since there are 2 shelters, that is Hayes, Mawela, and also Kusereka, in Mupani, Capricorn District, respectively. At the time of the engagement of the 3rd quarter report, the committee noted that these shelters are not yet realized. The department provides a clear progress report on what has been done since the inception of the plan of activity to date. The committee will work with the department during our oversight that establishment of these particular shelters are implemented and realized. Honorable Chair and our Honorable Speaker, the committee noted and was concerned that during the 3rd quarter review, the department's budget was adjusted by 119.415 million. However, it was not clarified by the department what the adjustment was meant to and what was the problems it was going to address. It is critical that when the APP targets are adjusted, the portfolio committee is briefed thoroughly and to review these set targets. Also, when the budget is adjusted, the committee must be taken into confidence to be able to implement oversight over the adjustment as well. The department was explained what was the adjustment for and how it will be used. The 3rd quarter budget spending was at 72% of the total allocation, which is slightly below the norm of 75%, which was agreed to up just 3% below the average, but it should be 75%. The government was improved its spending on the restorative services with the report spending of 65%, which was the lowest in all the programs for the administration at about 66%. Underspending in Program 4 is continuing from quarter 1, and the department must ensure that this trend does not overcome quarter 4 and the schedule next financial year. We commend the department in instilling assistance provided to the vulnerable children. The department provided community-based care services to children under Program 3. During this 3rd quarter report review, the committee noted that a total of 35,036 against 23,200 target that was said was reached through community-based prevention and also early intervention program. This implies that the department exceeded the target by 11,836. During the 4th quarter, the department reached 39,040 children which exceeded the target of the APP of 31,900 by 7,114. It is not the first time the department exceeded the target. It will be important that when targets are exceeded, there is no financial implications. And I repeat that one. It should be noted that when targets are exceeded, there is no financial implications, because those are not budgeted for. The department must report to the House if there were financial implications that prompted them to exceed that particular target. During the public hearing on children's bill from Pali and also Limpopo district, there was also an outcry from the other stakeholders about how the GICs are run by the department. Issues raised included subsidy cut without communication, lack of communication, support by the department, the GIC being inundated by unfunded beneficiaries. The department has improved communication with stakeholders and explained to them why such it is a cut, even though it is not them who are the main funders, because they are them who are coordinating with this particular NGOs. And it is correct that we are not yet a disaster society, because in some instances this department is doing very well. On the fourth quarter, 12,075 of the targets of 10,820 victims of crime and violence received support services, with 67 of the target of 20 victims of crime and violence were accommodated in shelters. Both targets were exceeded, and the spending of 99% was reported. Under the program, the department provided victim empowerment services in partnership with NGOs, which are mainly victim empowerment centers operating in our ACPS facilities ground, Honorable DC. In 2022-23 financial year, the department planned to fund the 894 NPOs, which include VECs. During the committee's oversight visit to VDCs last year, the SAPS intended to remove the VECs from their premises was reported as a challenge. The department must brief the House on how the matter will be addressed. The department has also submitted a report, a plan of action to address these particular issues. All the consistent challenges facing the department was the late payment of VECs, which led to VEC staff working without receiving their stipend on time. The committee will implement its oversight role to ensure that the funding of VETs is no longer delayed, and we are happy because the report that we got from the visit that we were at Skukuni is that they were paid on time, they were already paid, and that's really positive. The department reported that it provided skills and also entrepreneurship development programs for youth in the fourth quarter. And in this particular fourth quarter, both targets were exceeded due to partnership and collaboration with other stakeholders, including the Valley Investment of Technology and IPA leader, Avocado Vision, and other important issues. Underspending was, however, reported despite target overachieved. The trend to exceeding targets and also underspending was also observed in the previous financial year. The department will assume that house houses are spending underspending on it. And with those two words, we believe that we are a government in motion, and all these issues that have been reported as an oversight committee of this legislature will support and move the adoption of the second and the third quarter report of 2022-2023. I so thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Committee Chair. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And we hope Honorable Speaker will recover from the flu. Since Tuesday I was worried that seems you are not well. Honorable Speaker, allow me to present to this Honorable House the 2022-2023 annual performance plan and also budget for consideration and also adoption. Thank you very much.
Any seconder? Honorable Selani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Chair Selani, hereby support the Honorable Chairperson of Social Development, Oraya, Ritual Shopmato. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier. I'm repeating protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise to debate on the APP and budget for social development for the financial year 2023-2024 and Honorable Speaker, on the 26th of June 2023, we celebrated 68 years since
for all of our country and the world to know that our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and inequality. That, I'm just picking up some stanzas. That only democratic state based on the will of all the people. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to demystify for my learned friend and honorable member who said ANC has lost democracy. They never knew democracy until we came with freedom child. Until they hear from us that we, the people of South Africa, I want to reiterate on it, we, the people of South Africa, where we are seated, we want to see implementation and ANC-led government until that far. In other countries which got freedom, like Finland, they never had the service delivery we had, as we have as South Africa. Within 30 years, all the rural areas have been electrified. We have food. We have food. We have got a good story to tell. Whoever says what who has just been elected yesterday is not going to tell us that National Party failed. We are not failing. Instead, we are improving lives on a daily basis. We have improved their lives. And that is why we see people who are here, who are calling themselves to be opposition, are our great kids. So we are not threatened. We will still do good. We still improve their lives. In 2024, ANC is still going to be
Honorable members, Honorable Mabon, can you allow Honorable Muchai
God
to
will never
proceed?
punish people who set people free. Will punish people who come to lie to people that they can have a better government. Madam Speaker, we welcome the budget speech as presented by the NEC for social development. We are of the view that the appropriation will help the department to implement its targets as approved in the APP. Madam Speaker, the committee was briefed by the department that the overall budget of the department is, Honorable Sishoka, give me the opportunity to debate.
Honorable members, let's allow Honorable Muchai also to enjoy her allocated time.
Madam Speaker, in the budget speech, we were given, the committee is briefed by the department that the overall budget of the department is 1.9 million. The budget has increased from 1.7 billion in 2022-2023. This translates to an increase of 157,628 million. The main share of the budget was allocated to the children and families at 669,107 million, or 35.48% of the total budget, followed by the social welfare services at 468,941 million, which is 23.2% of the total budget. Administration's budget is at 328,558 million, or 16.7% of the budget. I'm so sorry, the budget is just floating, things are running away. So I'll try to put my... Madam Speaker. The department must work within the confines of the budget and the Proper Finance Management Act of 1991. The committee was also briefed that the transfers and subsidies budget allocation increased from 271.1 million in 2022-23 to 299.7%, which is in 2023-24. The key stakeholders that was included in this allocation was the non-profit institutions, NGOs, transfers of 292,357 million in 2023-2024, which is an increase from 264.0 to 8 million in 2022-2023. The committee welcomed the increase and hope that the department will do well in the alleviation of poverty among the poor people, people who are previously marginalized. The department must also make sure that there are no delays on the transfer to NPOs. We recommend that the department must start to do checks and balances in the advance in relation to the requirements from NPOs and avoid funds to bounce back. It is critical that due to diligence is done for smooth transfer and beneficiaries receive aid on time. Madam Speaker, the committee was concerned on the allocation of capital assets. The department reported that capital asset budget allocation has decreased from 26.4 million in 2022-23 to 12.7 million in 2023-24. And this is unacceptable because we're still having outstanding issues. The budget allocation is for ensuring the completion of the constructed projects and for the payment of final accounts of district offices accommodation. In the previous financial year, the department reported that shelters for gender-based violence will be established in various districts. The department must explain to the committee how and the House, how will they be established, because the reported targets are for district offices accommodation. The department reported the shortage of staff, including senior posts, with a vacancy rate of 43% due to the continuous reduction of the compensation of employees' budget. Other critical vacant posts at SMS include the following posts: Chief Director, Financial Management Services, Chief Director, Children and Families, Chief Director, District Management and Service Delivery Coordination, Chief Director, Community Development Services. The department should elaborate when and how these vacant posts will be filled because they are critical to the smooth running and success of the department. Madam Speaker, the committee encouraged the department to address the consistent challenge of lack of tools of trade for social workers. This must be re-emphasized because they can't move from one point to another without these resources. The department is now implying that the challenge is becoming a problem and it cannot be accepted. In the previous financial year, the challenges faced by the department was lack of tools of trade and inadequate office accommodation. We are still rolling over the same problem. It needs to be taken very serious and to be reversed so that better offices and the tools of trade must be given for the staff to be able to work. These challenges must be addressed, and the department must explain to the House if there is a plan in place to address these challenges. If the plan is available, it must be submitted to the House. in the next quarter. Honorable Speaker, the department reported that a budget of 10 million for the maintenance and repair of DST, one-stop center and offices in 2023-2024 is set aside. The committee encourages the department not to delay the implementation of maintenance to those centers because some of them are now dilapidating. The department must explain if the maintenance also includes the Rapasha one-stop center. Madam Speaker, the committee supports the adoption of the APP and budget for 2023-2024 financial year as reports for this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's quite an honor for me to participate in this debate, 2023-2024 APP and budget for the Department of Social Development. On behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, maybe if I may remind the House, the Economic Freedom Fighters is the official opposition here in this province. The department continues, Honorable Speaker, to set targets which they do not achieve, resulting in service delivery being compromised. The department has mandated focus mainly on key sector priorities, transformed developmental social welfare, gender-based violence, drugs and substance abuse, social protection of children, comprehensive social security and sustainable community development interventions, as well as implementation of services for older persons and people with disabilities. Unfortunately, half the time, this mandate is not fulfilled by the department. Hence, the majority of our people continue to suffer in communities because of lack of service delivery. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, the department is not adequately maintaining food security to vulnerable households and individuals in various community-based centers. As a result of this lack of support, poverty continues to ravage our people in the province. Can the NEC brief the House on the number of NPOs funded to continue operations in communities during the period under review? Furthermore, can the NEC brief this House on the number of GBVF victims provided with psychosocial support to victims of GBVF during the year under review? The Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Speaker, is shocked that the department has not been able to absorb the social worker graduates since 2013, whose education was funded by the department. If the graduates were never employed since 2013, Honorable Speaker, who is responsible for the social and welfare issues of our people in the communities? Because the people who are supposed to take care of them are sitting at home unemployed. We have been complaining about the plight of social workers in this House for years now, and nothing seems to happen. During the 2021-2022 APP, the department reported that there were 1229 unemployed social worker graduates. Unfortunately, the majority of the social workers are forced to seek employment in other provinces and abroad. The ANC government encourages brain drain to the detriment of the province because it is clear that they train young people for the benefit of other provinces and other regions, such as European regions. Honorable Speaker, how many orphans and vulnerable children have been provided with food parcels and school uniform during the year under review? There is no determination by the department to provide child care and protection services to promote safety and security of children in need of care and protection. There are many children who experience child abuse, who experience child abuse, and yet there are no tangible programs to protect those children. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, children placed in foster care need more support from the government, but such support is not forthcoming. What is the plan by the department to implement the budget of 116,142 million set aside for child care protection services and also foster care? The Economic Freedom Fighters is not convinced that this budget is enough to address the challenges faced by our children on a daily basis. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, any government which doesn't care for its citizens, in particular the children, is doomed to fail. The future of this country lies in our children, and furthermore, it is the responsibility, Honorable Speaker, of the government to take care and to protect our children, because they are the future of this country. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Maharaj.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the department's total budget increased to 1.9 billion rands. However, the budget programs 1 and 5 had been reduced. Although an amount of 15.3 million rands was allocated for the appointment of social workers to deal with gender-based violence, substance abuse, and issues affecting women and children over the MTEF period, the vacancy rate still remains very high and is a serious cause for concern within the province. The allocation of 10.233 million rands conditional grant towards the EPWP must reflect positive productivity and outcomes. It is also imperative that the 10 million rand allocated towards infrastructure development projects for the maintenance and repair for the DSD one-stop centres and offices in 2023 and 2024 are carried out effectively and efficiently. Speaker, the department cannot have a repeat of the previous financial year where the department struggled to meet targets and underspent on Program 4. These funds are necessary for the poorest of the poor, and any sort of underspend or zero spending is detrimental to the benefit of our people in the province. It is also concerning that the department faces serious budgetary constraints, while simultaneously has a high vacancy rate of 43% of a shortage of staff at both senior and lower levels. The filling of these vacant posts must be urgently addressed to ensure that we do not experience a challenge in assisting our almost 2.8 billion grant recipients. Speaker, the lack of both tools and inadequate office space remains a challenge to effectively service and perform the functions required. While the department indicates that infrastructure maintenance will be prioritized, this movie has been playing on for many years. It's time to act and no longer preach about it. This is specifically towards officers and the one-stop centers. As a result of the department being unable to meet the EPWP targets of the previous financial year, these targets have therefore been reduced to 2,500 from 3,000 from the previous year. We find this situation unacceptable, given the province's high unemployment rate and the hunger that our people face. Whilst we understand and appreciate that these are not permanent jobs, in the tough economic climate that we find ourselves in, any form of assistance to households would assist in lifting the burden faced by many families. And it's because of the failure of this department that now 500 families will be impacted and affected. Speaker, whilst we talk about and encourage women empowerment programs, it confuses us why the budget allocation for women empowerment programs has decreased from 6.8 million rands to 5.28 million, with a targeted 17,000 women. We welcome the decision for the department to assist and partner with NGOs and to continue funding and supporting well-run, effective and efficient NGOs. It is imperative that the department work jointly with NGOs to develop plans in ensuring that they have the necessary capacity and expertise to run programs and, most importantly, to manage the funds in accordance with policies and regulations. The committee further recommends that the department urgently table reports on Pasha Salatode, Limpopo and Sulumane Frail Care Centres. Lastly, the committee further recommended that the childcare center in Driekop in Tobatse should be attended to as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matthew.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker of our legislature, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Acting Premier, members of the Executive Council, official opposition and the all opposition members present here. It is quite interesting that you read both the 7th, 3rd and 4th quarter report on criticisms, and when it comes to the APP budget, there should be improvements in terms of what the department will be doing. In line with the National Development Plan, the State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic, State of the Province address by the Premier, the department's other mandate is to prioritize the reduction of poverty, unemployment, development of youth and women, support and strengthening of cooperatives, and fight crime and also violence, including GBV. The department executes these tasks based on the approved performance indicators in the target as set in the annual performance plan. The committee was taken into confidence by the department that the budget was at 1.9 billion and will be spent accordingly to the approved APP targets. You might remember that when we presented the 3rd and the 4th quarter, we complained that there was slight change in the budget and the committee was never informed. But on this one, the department has engaged the committee. In relation to financial management services, the department planned to resolve 100% of the audit findings by the AG in the financial year. The department will further plan to put effective internal control mechanisms in place, such as training of SCM officials, fast-tracking investigation, and also implementing appropriate consequence management in order to improve the 2023-2024 audit outcome. Lack of internal control systems, including challenges with record management, was among the issues raised by the AG in the 2021-2022 financial year audit report of the department. The committee will work together with the department during the oversight to work to ensure that the planned targets for the financial year are implemented. The department must ensure that the committee is there to implement consequence. So the department must ensure that they are committed to ensure that they implement consequence management. Honorable Speaker, you might have heard that during our debate we complained about the tool of trade and also the issue of centers, transfer to the NGOs, issues of the capital assets, issues that relate to Apashasura to the issue, the district offices accommodation, vacancy rate at 46%, the issue that speak to the 10.3 million on the APWP and the 10 million on the maintenance and repairs. And we believe that we are not a movie yet. And if these issues are addressed by the department, in terms of the committed budget as such, we believe that as a province, will be able to go somewhere. The committee noted that the department is envisaging to introduce a digital record management system to improve the current manual system. The department must outline the plan and how the digital record management system is going to be implemented and what will be the cost implications. The department must avoid a situation where the system will be costed while work is in progress. The digital system plan must be submitted to the House with cost for approval. Honorable Chair, the committee welcomed the increment of the compensation of employees by 1.1%,
from 1.3 billion to in the 2023 financial year to 1.322 billion in the 2023 financial year. Of importance is the inclusion of the 15.3 million for the appointment of social workers to deal with the gender-based violence, systems of abuse, issues of affecting women and children over the NTF period. It was reported in previous years that it was a pain in the neck of the department, and the committee believed that social workers who were funded by the department and the province of Limpopo to complete their qualifications will now be absorbed into the system of government, even though not all of them. The committee will do the oversight to ensure that this target are achieved by the department. Honorable Speaker, on old age is a sensitive phase, and elderly people need care and also comfort to lead a healthy lifestyle without worries and also anxiety. Lack of awareness regarding the challenges, the challenging behavior pattern in elderly people at home leads to also to abuse by their kids. The committee welcomed the department's plan to fund residential facility benefits, benefiting 542 elderly persons. The target was slightly increased from 537 in 2023. In addition, 13,400 elderly persons will benefit from the community care and also support services, as we are aware that most of our African elderly people, we always support them as a department through community cares and also support services that our people provide them in their residential areas where they live. The target increased from 9,250 in the 2002-2003 financial year. The budget of 64.025 million is set aside to provide for these particular services. The committee will conduct oversight on the NEC to make sure that the program is implemented. And we believe that on the women program, even though there was a reduction in terms of budget, as we have over-exceeded in the third quarter in terms of women that we supported, we believe that even this time when we work with the NGOs, we will be able to reach your target or exceed your target as long as it doesn't have financial implications to the department. The committee supports the adoption of the APP and budget as a report of this August House. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We shall call upon the Honorable MEC to come and respond to the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The acting Honorable Premier Pateswati, fellow colleagues in the Executive Committee, honorable members, leaders of the official opposition, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Speaker, once more, on behalf of myself and the department, we wish to extend our heartfelt condolences to the Matabata and Mushwesha family. I personally have lost a dear friend. We used to call each other sisters. Only God knows. May her soul rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, ours is a caring department with a major responsibility of making sure that the lives of vulnerable, mainly youth, children, elderly, and disabled are protected at all times. We should continue fighting the gender-based violence from all angles. Honorable Speaker, allow me, on behalf of the department and collective, to indicate that we are really impressed at the manner in which the portfolio committee is assisting us in doing the oversight. Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the issues raised by the
Portfolio Committee and members during the debate. The Portfolio Committee will be regularly updated on the issues raised by the Auditor General. The tools and trades amongst our social workers is a serious challenge based on extra funding from Treasury. The issue will be attended to as soon as possible, with the Portfolio Committee being taken on board. As for the NPOs, Honorable Speaker, we must assure this House that all qualifying will be paid on time. Poverty alleviation, youth and women development are a key focus in our day-to-day operations. On Sisheko Treatment Center, it is worth noting that a full-time professional doctor has been appointed. Treasury has furthermore deployed a full-time officer who will be responsible for the infrastructure issues. The remaining vacant posts will be filled as soon as Treasury allocates funding. The partial Silaturia has been referred to the State Attorney and the Portfolio Committee will be regularly updated. Honorable Speaker, it is true that a lot of social workers graduates are currently unemployed. This is mainly due to budgetary constraints. The committee will be regularly updated on the employees who benefit unduly from the performance bonuses. It is time that there are critical vacant positions which need to be filled as a matter of extreme urgency. Some of the positions are at the chief director level. In the process of filling these positions, we shall definitely make sure that our equality targets are realized. Honorable Speaker, the non-compliance by NPOs is a matter of extreme concern, but we have dispatched a team of officials to assist. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the economy of the country is dictating that we reduce costs in various programs. Once more, Honorable Speaker, we should thank the Portfolio Committee for their role they are playing. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, we are left with one department, and there is a request that maybe we break for lunch or we proceed with the Honorable Madam. Okay. Okay. Thanks very much. Let's proceed with our orders of the day. We are at item 7.7. Yes, consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety Committee Chair.
Appropriation on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety. I table for consideration and adoption of the 2021-2022 annual report of Gateway Airport Authority Limited. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Any seconder? Honorable Silani. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, give me more for Chaka Mudras ya transport and safety.
Thanks, Honorable Silani. I think also you are the first on the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Premier, in his absentia, our deepest and sincere condolences to him and his entire family. The acting Premier, who is the leader of government business, Ntatresia Paraswati, the leader of the official oppositions in her absentia, the chair of chairs, Mayor Magoma Munyamani, the chief whip and the deputy chief whip, but also not to forget the deputy speaker. And greetings, Honorable Speaker, to all honorable members who gathered in this August House. Honorable Speaker, indeed we are mandated by the Constitution in terms of Section 114 that we must perform a legislative oversight role over the department to ensure that the Department of Transport, at the same time, together with the leader responsible, they are accountable to the Portfolio Committee. And we did exactly that. Honorable Speaker, this committee, together with the House, note with concern probably the deliberate confusion, whether at the level of the management of GAL, nor at the level of the executive or of the management of the institution, which they want to bring to the Portfolio Committee. I'm saying this because this report was supposed to have been debated long ago. And as a result, due to the administrative deficiencies, it is brought to this House today, and I'm not so sure technically whether they wanted to incorporate all the reports or what. Necessarily because we did have an ample time to interact or to bring this report to this August House for the purpose of adoption. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because the very same girl brought a report and could not submit a report on time to the Portfolio Committee. And
was briefed on the 11th of May about a report which was supposed to be submitted a long time ago. And we are very much worried because this is one of the disturbing phenomena that we can't continue and appreciate. Now, because as a portfolio committee, Honorable Speaker, we do take time to take our work serious. And if people, either they submit late at the level of GAL, nor those who are responsible to program these reports, are not doing justice to the committee. But however, Honorable Speaker, we did note in the report that there are a lot of, in terms of administration, there are a lot of problems with regard to leadership and governance. At that time, with regard to GAL. And as a result, we've seen, all of us, that in GAL, there was a situation where the institution of the entity, they were categorized or decategorized from a certain level, from level 7 to level 2, necessarily because there was a lot of vacancy in this particular institution. And as the portfolio committee, we tried by all means to engage with the entity, together with the responsible leader, the MEC, in various meetings, and we really recommended or took decisions, which I think in the report that will be entertaining after, we will showcase that indeed there is a lot of improvement in the department or in the entity. However, we did notice the portfolio committee, Honorable Speaker, that in this entity there were a lot of irregular expenditure which were incurred. And as a result, the entity could not implement consequence management as it is expected. And we're very much worried about a situation where people just resign and no one takes responsibility, because it is the very same entity that provincial treasury continue to provide resources, provide money so that they can function properly. And unfortunately, due to the incapacity of the management, and at that time, the entity could not be able to run the entity, the leadership of the entity could not be able to run the very same entity efficiently. And for that reason why many of them, they left the entity, and some of them, they left because in our suspicions, they squandered resources, and we felt that there is a need for the honorable MEC, together with those that are leading the entity, to implement consequence management. And with that as it may, Honorable Speaker, many issues will be debated in the report that I'm still going to be entertaining after this one. I think, let me do justice to pause here. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus under the leadership of Commissar Maranga in absentia. Greetings to the Honorable Acting Premier. I hope you enjoyed your birthday. Greeting to all MC present here, and greeting to all the staff members on the gallery, and on behalf of the EFF, I just want to pass our heartfelt condolence to the family of our Premier for losing the mother of the house. We say may her soul rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is disappointed and disturbed that qualified audit opinion by the Auditor General is derived from the recurring findings spanning from previous audit reports. Among these are material misstatements of accrued paid leave, deposit received, and documentary evidence of payment of particular transaction, which amounted to 1,232,241 rand in total. Furthermore, annual financial statement was not submitted for auditing within the prescribed period after the end of the financial year. And when submitted, it was not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework, of which that is a concern. The culture of not doing things according to the book is deliberate and is meant to hide corruption. And that's a fact. Despite this anomaly, none of the responsible officials were fired for sleeping on the duty, which is not surprising. And the consequence management does not apply in the current administration. That is why politicians and officials in government do as they wish. Appropriate steps against officials who had incurred fruitless, wasteful, irregular expenditure are not taken, hence the entity continues to be in trouble. The entity is one of the most troubled entities in the current administration. Nothing seems to be working in this entity. The entity is marred by such challenges as board incompetence, poor leadership and governance, as well as shortage of staff on key and strategic positions. The entity should not be sucking money from government coffers because they are expected to generate their own revenue and be self-sustainable. Madam Speaker, entities are expected to generate own revenue, grow the economy, and create jobs for the people of Limpopo. And that was stated in the cardinal pillar, non-negotiable cardinal pillar number 3 of the EFF, when we say we have to build state capacity. Regrettably, government entities in the province have collapsed, including CAR. I don't know why they call it CAR, because this thing is bitter. They rely on government bailouts, and at the core of their problem is cadre deployment in the appointment of boards. At some point, board chairperson of CAR possesses a degree in social science. Board members should, in the main, be qualified in business-related education qualifications. It's a norm in the ruling government that normally what they do, we see them doing in the municipalities, taking a biblical teacher, putting him to be a financial officer in the municipality. That is what they are doing. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the entity has performed below par when it comes to its revenue collecting targets. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned that during this period, majority of personnel within the management echelons were in acting capacity. When you have this type of the situation, in any organization, instability is more likely to occur. It is inevitable. Officials in acting capacity are not confident enough to take decisions, and part of the reason is that they are interested in permanent appointments, and therefore they want to treat it carefully because they are afraid to be terminated from those positions. Honorable Speaker, the entity is embroiled in lawsuits involving a number of labor disputes. Therefore, with its former employees and service providers, amounting to over 23 million rands. The MEC must table a comprehensive report to this House on this matter to take us into confidence in relation to the details and the progress. This report must be tabled in this House as a matter of agency. Unless something is done about this, in my conclusion, we will become a liability to the society, this House. And there will become a irritation also. And then we will become a stumbling block. So it's upon our shoulder all together that we must make sure that these things works. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to convey my deepest condolences to the Honorable Premier on the passing of his wife and mother to their children and his lifetime partner. Further convey my condolences to their vertical organization on the loss of their own comrade, being the First Lady of the province. Honorable Speaker, GAL was unable to submit its report under review within the prescribed time in the House, and as such formally requested for an exemption. The Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety was therefore briefed on this 2021-2022 annual report on 11 May 2023. An amount of over 39 million was transferred to GAL, which was later adjusted to 77 million in the third quarter. From this adjusted budget, the entity was able to spend 57 million with an underspending of 20 million. The entity had obtained a qualified audit opinion, which was an improvement from the disclaimer obtained in the previous financial year. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we expressed consent that for the past 5 years and beyond, the entity had failed to extricate itself from the dear audit outcomes to an acceptable level. During the year under review, the majority of personnel within the management were in their acting capacities through plans, though plans were underway to fill critical management positions. This included the appointment of various acting CEOs and resignation of the company secretary. On business development program, though marketing projects were partially implemented, the entity still required marketing think tanks with broader marketing tools that would have penetrated the marketing environment to expand Polokwane International Airport. An appealing turnaround strategy that would have attracted investors and brought higher possibilities of generating more revenue was desperately needed to sustain businesses of the Polokwane International Airport. Honorable Speaker, by the end of our engagement on systems were then recommended to be strengthened to guard against irregular operations that can lead to unwanted expenditure and the lack of supply chain management compliance. We recommended that the entity needed a decisive board of management that will act boldly and in unison in the interest of the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall now move to the next speaker, Honorable Siona, the committee chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for affording me this opportunity to debate on the 2021-2022 annual report of Gateway Airport Authority Limited. Honorable Ramalobela. We don't know why it is called that, because you don't see any importance of attending committee meetings. Honorable Ramalobela, as the portfolio committee. Honorable Ramalobela, the chief whip, EFF. And Honorable Ramalobela, Honorable Ramalobela only attended the strategic planning, their portfolio committee. I'm saying, yes, because Honorable Ramalobela is not attending this portfolio committee meetings.
Honorable Siona, can we continue? Order, honorable members. Order. On the 11th May 2023, however, the entity requested an exemption and that was granted. It must be brought to the attention of the entity that exemptions normally causes delays in terms of organization of the committee and details oversight in terms of quality and compliance. The entity must ensure that in future deviation is avoided so that you can brace yourself of the quality of oversight, the way that will be implemented by the committee. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the interaction with the entity, the committee observed that there is lack of internal controls which resulted in the fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure. The committee recommended that the entity must implement consequence management against officials concerned. The committee noted that the newly appointed board of directors were in the process of finalizing the proposals for public-private partnership with the national flight operator or any other willing partnership as part of repositioning and renewal of Polokwane International Airport. We
We hope that PPP will enhance the movement of people, goods and services from Polokwane to Gauteng through the utilization of the airport, allowing the economy to operate more effectively and efficiently in Polokwane. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee also believes that the airport will continue to look for efficiencies to increase their competitiveness and be more financially viable. The entity must submit the proposal to the House on finalization. The committee further noted that the entity is faced with a challenge to vacant posts. The vacant posts derail the smooth operations of the airport. The committee directed the board of directors to fill the vacant posts within the entity so that it has full staff capacity in critical posts. The committee further was concerned that the entity's audit outcomes were not showing a sign of improvement. Although the entity obtained qualified audit opinion, which is an improvement from the disclaimer of the 2020-2021 financial year, still the entity must work hard to extricate itself from the dire audit outcomes. The qualified audit outcomes derived from the recurring findings stemming from previous audit reports. There were material misstatements of accrued paid leave, deposits received, and documentary evidence for payment of particular transactions which amounted to 1 million in total. The annual financial statements were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and were also submitted outside the prescribed period. The board of directors must hold the responsible officials accountable in order to rectify the anomaly that transpired during the financial year under review. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted with dismay that there is lack of governance within the entity. Most of the personnel at critical positions like the CEO were appointed in an acting capacity. Also, 2 members of the board of directors have tendered their resignations. The newly elected board of directors must appoint skilled personnel with capacity to work and also work hard to turn the airport around and make it more economical. The committee further noted that the entity failed to achieve its target of revenue collection, and the entity plans to achieve a target of 22 million as revenue and only collected 10 million. The entity explained that the reason for the failure was the downgrading of the airport for the first 6 months as well as the recovery from the COVID-19. The committee directed the entity to implement all the strategies and the committee's recommendations to turn the airport around. Honorable Speaker, the committee supports the adoption of the entity's annual report with all recommendations as the report of the House. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Ramalobera. Attend to committee.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Honorable Chair of the committee, come back. Order, honorable members, we are moving to item 7.9, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety. Committee Chair, 7.9.1.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2022-2023 second quarter report of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Don't go. Sit down. Honorable Mugabe.
Thank you. I rise to second Honorable Suona.
Thank you very much. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise to table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2022-2023 second quarter report of Gateway Airport Authority Limited. I think.
Thank you very much. Any second? Honorable Seven.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Emimo was support of our Shaka, University Law Committee, Transport and Community Safety. But also with that, the right number, my shield,
Thank you very much. Committee Chair. Committee Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And thank you, Chairman, for the new name you gave me today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2022-2023 third quarter report of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any second? Honorable Mason. Honorable Rebecca Seven.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2022-2023 third quarter report of Gateway Airport Authority Limited. I think.
Thank you very much. Any second? Honorable Michelle. Honorable Michelle. Order. Honorable Mate and Honorable Shoka. Honorable Michelle. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2022-2023 fourth quarter report of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Any seconder? Any seconder? Honorable Nyaman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second Honorable
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2022-2023 fourth quarter report of Gateway Airport Authority Limited. I thank you, Honorable.
Any seconder? Honorable Matthew. Thank you very much. We shall now refer to the speakers list. The first speaker on the speakers list is Honorable Mapula Mukala.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government, MECs present here, Leader of Oppositions, the Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable members, good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee was briefed by the department on the second, third, and fourth quarter report of both the Department of Transport and Community Services and Gateway Airport Limpopo. During the same quarter under review in the previous financial year, the committee appraised the department on a number of issues that were part of the recommendations. The committee recommended to the department to ensure that corrective measures are applied to employees who fail to comply with the disclosure of their financial interest while doing business with the government. The disclosure of financial interest is required to prohibit double dipping by the government employees while there are many people out there who need the services of the state. In terms of Regulation 18 of the Public Service Regulation 2016, all SMS members are required to disclose their financial interest. The department is expected to act against employees found to have conflict of interest. Honorable members, the committee further recommended that the department, in conjunction with the provincial treasury, should consider exploring the alignment of its skills development with those offered by National School of Government within the broader objectives of the National Development Program. The department should review the skill capacity within its department and ensure that those who need to be capacitated further are assisted. The department must develop mechanisms that those who are chosen and have agreed to be assisted are indeed present during the training. Consequence management must be instituted against those who are not honoring their agreements, because that will constitute fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee noted that the department was allocated 2.366 billion in 2022-2023 financial year, which was later adjusted to 2.492 billion. The adjustment was to ensure that an efficient transport system and safety is provided on provincial roads. The committee was concerned about the underspending by the department during the second quarter. Only 23% of the total budget was spent. In the third quarter, still on expenditure, the department managed to spend 69.76% of the adjustment appropriation budget of 2.491 billion. That is, during the third quarter, the department still managed to spend 23% of the allocated budget, which figuratively is Honorable Mapul, now to the board, 579,023,000. The department must explain the reason for this spending. During the third quarter briefing of GAL, the committee noticed that there was a decline in the number of both passengers and aircraft movement at the airport. The committee recommended to the department to explore other avenues that could attract domestic and international flights to utilize the services of Polokwane International Airport as part of increasing aircraft and passengers movement at the airport. GAL has a duty to create quality and permanent jobs The officials and members of the provincial legislature must also be encouraged to utilize the airport service when they are deployed to do work in Gauteng. It is the Department of Transport officials and the executive authority who must lead the example and utilize the services of that airport. If there is an act that prohibits executive authorities to use that airport services, we must review it. We cannot promulgate the existence of the airport and not use it. Honorable Speaker, the department must also tighten the security and safety at the airport. The committee noted that the 23 kilometers radius perimeter at Bulugwane International Airport is partially fenced. The committee recommended that by the end of 2024-2025, first quarter, the entire perimeter should be fenced with intruder detection system. During oversight work, the committee will work with the department to ensure that this recommendation is implemented because it is critical. The committee noted that during the fourth quarter review of the report of GAL, there was an overspending on the procurement and acquisition of goods and services. The committee urged the entity not to deviate from the targets as approved in the annual performance plan. Honorable Speaker, the public transport, which is affordable, is of critical importance in the Limpopo province, considering that we are a rural province where majority of the electorate rely on social grants. However, the Department of Transport must make it easy for the resident of Limpopo to move from one town to another. People must have a choice of either to use public transport management by the government in the form of buses or use taxis. The committee raised concern during the interaction with the department in the fourth quarter about the absence of bus depots in areas like Musina and Palabova, as well as the effectiveness of electronic vehicle monitoring system in some buses. The area is designated special economic zone, and there will be a huge economic activity in Messina. The committee recommended that the department must develop plans around establishment of bus depots. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the committee supported the adoption of second, third, and fourth quarter report of both GAL and Department of Transport and Community Safety. With that, have a blessed day and thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Ramalo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I just want to say askies to my chairperson. I wish I was a Holy Spirit, because my chairperson needs me, and the government in waiting also needs me. So I opt to choose in between, but I will correct that. But normally I used to report to my chairperson that even yesterday I was with him. I don't know, but now I'll correct that. Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF is disappointed that during the quarter under review, the department could only manage to spend only 23% of the allocated budget, which translates to 1,131,177. Furthermore, of the 2 quarterly planned targets, only 1 target was achieved, which translates to 50% achievement. What is the point of setting targets if you are not going to achieve them? That is a question mark. It is clear that the departments only set targets for malicious compliance because the majority of departments and entities do not achieve targets they set themselves. The anomaly has a huge implication on non-service delivery in a province which has a serious backlog of service delivery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, department's inability to achieve 100% in the reduction of fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure due to the municipal overdue accounts, which further accumulated interest, is indeed very, very worrying. It is disappointing for the department not to achieve on important programs, like not conducting customer survey around police stations and the number of quarterly progress report on JSPS and POA compiled. Customer survey are important to understand service delivery patterns offered by police stations in communities. The only way to understand challenges at police station is to ask community members and villagers around the police stations about their satisfaction with regard to the service delivery that is rendered by those entities. During the period under review, the department was only able to obtain 10% of detection of incident of fraud and corruption. This shows how relaxed and passive the department is on the issue of fraud and corruption. It is clear that fraud and corruption is not one of their priorities. Well, we do not know what their priorities are because nothing is happening in communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is regrettable that during the period under review, the department was yet to commence with processes towards the procurement of new subsidized bus network services planned. If you do not understand the importance of public transport and its impact on the people, you will not treat this matter as an urgent matter. Honorable Deputy Speaker, underachievement, especially with regard to performance targets for speed operations, is unacceptable. Speed is one of the causes of fatal accident on our roads, and it must be controlled. Performance target must be achieved in order to save the lives of our people. Furthermore, the effectiveness of court watch, taking into account the number of cases that are thrown out of the court, must be revisited. You need to establish if it is still serving its purpose and reconsider how you need to improve the system going forward. It was indicated that most of those cases that their dockets are closed due to lack of investigations or withdrawal for further investigation, which seems to be endless in some instances. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the absence of a bus depot in areas like Upala, Morocco, Messina, as well as the effectiveness of electronic vehicle monitoring system in some buses is very, very, very disappointing. MEC, you need to put the issue of buses on your priority list. Majority of our people rely on mad buses. We are very good. We know how they are suffering. If you continue to undermine the significance of buses to the people, as we say, we are the leader of the society and the economy, then it is a pity. You won't have no idea what you are doing to that department. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ramabala. The next speaker is Honorable Katefo Laila.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. During the second quarter under review, only one of the two planned targets were achieved in Program 1, which translated to 50% achievement. Honorable Speaker, it is commendable that the department exceeded its revenue collection target of over 180 million by collecting over 237 million. The committee noted at the time that the department spent over 590 million on compensation of employees, which was 46.92%. However, there was an underspend. The underspend was as a result of the inability to fill critical vacant posts. The department indicated that it had adopted the transversal SCM policy from the provincial treasury, which was used for procurement process and advertisement of posts in subsequent quarters. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we expressed our concern about the department's inability to achieve 100% reduction of frivolous and wasteful and irregular expenditures due to municipal overdue accounts, which further accumulated interest. During the quarter 3, the committee was not impressed with the fact that the department had yet to commence the process towards the procurement of a new subsidized bus network services planned, while the delays with the process were due to the reluctance of Sekhukhune District Municipality to sign the IAA by municipalities. The committee believes that the department could do more to conclude the agreement soon. The department, however, indicated that it was anticipating the full operation of the new subsidized network service by the 31st of March 2024. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the fourth quarter, we applauded the efforts by the department to establish up to 88 functional victim empowerment sectors, spearheaded by the Department of Social Development, faith-based organizations, and other stakeholders. As a committee, we also expressed our concern that no adequate resources were channeled to these centers and that there were no concrete plans to roll out the centers at all 104 police stations. Honorable Speaker, as we noted the purpose and role of the court watch as indicated in the performance target, the committee expressed that its scope was not adequate enough to closely monitor the progress in various cases before the courts. This was demonstrated by the number of cases that failed to reach the courts or were thrown out of the courts with victims of domestic violence receiving no justice at all. By the end of all these quarters, as a committee, we recommended that the department should have a balanced allocation and spread of newly designed road networks in critical areas where the new system is implemented in 2024-2025 financial year, that they must ensure that the process of awarding new bus contract is conducted in accordance with applicable supply chain management system, informed by transformation and empowerment imperatives in the province, that they should strengthen intergovernmental efforts aimed at reducing the number of pedestrian accidents in provincial and municipal roads in the province. In conjunction with other relevant departments, that they should ensure that there was provision and supply of adequate resources to victim empowerment groups and various police stations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Rebecca Siono. Rebecca or Nancy
Honorable Chair, Honorable Selane, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Bishop Mufanyana, and the Deputy Mayor Monica Muchadi, honorable members of the Executive Council present in this house today, honorable chairpersons of various portfolio committees of the Limpopo legislature, honorable MPs, members of the the committee commends the department for achieving its target of revenue collection during the second quarter. The department, during the approval of the APP had targeted to collect 180 million and collected 237 million. This is a great achievement for the department, and the committee encourages the department not to drop the ball and collect more. The collection of revenue is the most basic task of a government, as revenue is necessary for the operation of government, provision of the common good through the social contract in order to fulfill the public interest and enforcement of its laws. This necessity of revenue was a major factor in the development of the society. The committee observed that the department had underspent on administration. The spending on compensation of employees during the second quarter was 46.92% instead of 50%. The underspending was as a result of the inability to fill critical vacant posts. The committee could not comprehend why critical posts could not be filled while they were funded. The department must explain to the House why those posts could not be filled. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted further that the department underspent on the goods and services. The spending stood at 138 million, which is 35.21% of the total budget of the 393 million. The department must capacitate its procurement section to avoid delays in terms of procurement of goods. We have noted that most of the departments are debtors to municipalities. The department was also to collect revenue but failed to pay its dues to the municipalities. The debt resulted into fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure because it accumulated interest to the municipality. The department must take action against officials who caused the fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure. The committee recommended that the department must work towards reducing the fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure in this financial year. Honorable Speaker, during the third quarter review of GAL, the committee noted that the entity underspent by 69% on the compensation of employees. The entity delayed in the filling of critical vacant positions. In terms of the approved APP of the entity, those posts were planned to be filled in the third quarter. This implies that the entity failed to achieve its target during the quarter under review. The department must explain to the House what the cause of the delay was while the posts were funded. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on business development program, the entity must work hard to ensure that its marketing strategies are effective and is able to attract more business. The entity must develop strategies to grow that effort in order to stimulate economic growth by creating more jobs. And the entity must not only wait for the aircraft to land, they must lobby the aircraft and international passenger flight to utilize our airport in order to increase aircraft movement to create economic activity and generate income. The committee noted that there are uninhabitable and dilapidated buildings at the Polokwane International Airport. And the committee resolved that the entity must renovate those buildings to attract clients and tenants at the airport. Honorable Speaker, the committee commended the department for achieving all its targets under transport regulations program in Q4. The department planned to achieve 7 performance targets and all were achieved. The performance targets involve vehicle compliance inspection, speed operation, vehicle weighing, and drunken driving operations. The department aimed to reduce road fatalities and crashes by 5% during the 2022-2023 financial year. This is a great achievement at the committee, and the committee encourages the department not to lose focus on this program. The committee supports the adoption of the 3 quarters of both the Department of Transport and Community Safety and GAL to be the reports of the House, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Don't go. Committee Chair. Committee Chair. I'm still with you. Have you been behind your papers? We are going to 7.11.1. Consideration and adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety. The committee chairperson.
Thank you.
Honorable Luciano, there is a hand, you can sit down.
May I ask just, Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, the Honourable Chair just previously, before she greets us again, greeted everybody in the House. She greeted everybody in the House, but not the staff and the table staff and the others on duty, so maybe she should greet them too.
It's fine. She forgot because she was greeting Honorable Ramalome. I take it for her, she just forgot because of that. You can continue, Honorable Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Continue,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by this August House the 2020.
Second, Honorable Makupesh. Thank you very much. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I table for consideration and adoption by the August House the 2023-2024 annual performance plan and budget for Gateway Airport Authority Limited. I thank you.
Any second, Honorable Mathuri. Thank you very much. Second debate, reading debate on budget vote 8, Department of Transport and Community Safety. We shall now refer to the speakers list. The first speaker is Honorable David Che Sevani. Speaker, thank you very much. The Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, and the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Chairperson of all the committee, Mayor Sarah Makoma Munyamani, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Public Safety, Honorable Anna Maishibe, Rebecca Siono, Honorable members of this majestic and august house, and Honorable Van der Waals, Honorable Speaker, as we close this month of June, we should not forget the courageous and forever fearless, radical and militant lifetime president of young people of this country, Comrade President Peter Raboshwana Mokaba, the man who has brought apartheid national party government, now the democratic, something of such nature. Government its needs. The man who radicalized the youth of South Africa, who radicalized the youth of South Africa and make sure that the government of the National Party is ungovernable and unworkable. We do so, Honorable Speaker, to celebrate his life together with his generation of Fawcett Matere, Comrade Jerry Doe, Norman Fellow Fighter Mashaban, Ephraim Mohale, and many others who contributed for this country to attain democracy and freedom. Honorable Speaker, Peter was known for his strong advocacy for the empowerment and mobilization of youth. He believed that young people had a crucial role in the struggle against apartheid. He believed that the generation of 80s, which he grew up with, had resisted apartheid at all costs. Mokaba saw them as a fearless and energetic generation that had the potential to challenge and dismantle the oppressive National Party government. Honorable Speaker, Mokaba further emphasized the need of young people to be politically conscious and actively engage in the struggle of freedom and equality, because he believed that the youth should not be passive recipient of change, but rather active participants and leaders in shaping their own destiny. President Mokaba believed that the youth should also be educated so that they become future and responsible leaders. He did not believe in the uneducated youth who fight for positions in government without meeting the expected standard. He himself, Honorable Speaker, Mokaba was a graduate for a master's degree at the time he was leading the ANC in this country. And we hope and believe that the youth of today will emulate him and follow his footsteps. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, to justify his assertion, Mokaba
and emphasize the importance of unity and solidarity amongst all people, transcending division of race and ethnicity. Because he believed that young people had the power to bridge the social gap and cultural divide if they work together and create a united front against the remnants of new colonialism of a special tribe. Honorable Speaker, the Gateway Airport Authority Limited, Khan, as the principal Hala, Khan, has a mandate to manage all non-private airports, including the Ruban International Airport, in compliance with the South African Civil Aviation Authority Act 40 of 1998 and other relevant legislation and administrative acts. The key objective of this entity, Honorable Speaker, is to establish a globally competitive integrated export platform to serve aviation linked to economic sector. It further had the objective to serve as a catalyst for sustainable job creation and private sector investment. Honorable Speaker, we do not note that 2 years after the closure and opening of the airport, which was due to non-compliance of SAC regulation and COVID-19 restriction, the entity was still trying to stand on its feet. We have noted that more funds were spent on the maintenance, tried to close the gap identified by SAC, and the hardship brought by COVID-19, where most of the tenants were lost due to inability to keep up the rent at the airport, and therefore they had to vacate the space which they were renting. Honorable Speaker, since the establishment of this entity in 1995, this entity still depends on government for its survival till to date. It is of course 28 years of its survival. In these 28 years of its survival, the revenue which they generate has never sustained the entity till today, and of which is a challenge. And obviously the expectation is that the entity, as a state-owned company, should contribute to provincial revenue so that it meets the economy of this particular province. Honorable Speaker, it is obvious that the existence of HAR depends on government funding. This entity in its current form is not profitable. Many turnaround strategies have been tried, but still not yet yielded any positive result. Instead, they brew labor relation tensions between the entity and its dismissed or suspended officials do misappropriations of funds, which I've already indicated. Honorable Speaker, it should be understood that inasmuch as GAL is funded by both government and unable to generate revenue, it largely depends on government grant which is allocated annually. As its revenue that is generated is not enough to sustain its operation. The government led by the ANC, however, under the auspices of the Limpopo Provincial Department of Transport and Community Safety, continue to allocate this entity. And this is mainly for the maintenance and management of the airport operation. But what we discovered as a portfolio committee, Honorable Speaker, during the previous interaction between the portfolio committee, the department and the entity, was that the entity was in a process of repositioning itself, where the public-private partnership with the airport was proposed. And the aim or fundamental aim of that particular previous interaction was to explore other business opportunities, as the current business model has not brought any positive result, especially in relation to revenue generation. But it was also indicated, Honorable Speaker, in the 2023 budget speech, that with the assistance of the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasurer, Mure, the department is engaged in a series of meetings with the Gateway Airport or HAL, with the view of assisting them so that they rely less on government financial backing, which is a good post. However, the board in this particular HAL was faced with a mammoth task, Honorable Speaker, the task of ensuring that the airport sustained its category level 7. I've already indicated that before it was reduced from category level 7 to category level 2. But now it will be able to sustain its category by ensuring that all safety and security features of the airport are adhered to and not compromised. This includes the fact that the airport should be profitable. Furthermore, we must indicate that the board was also tasked with ensuring that critical posts of the executives are filled. Because many of them there, they were 18. And we do want to appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that young people are managers. Young people of my age are managers in that particular airport. Women also. They are managers in that particular gateway. Thank you very much, sir. But I'm fair again. This demonstrated because of vacancy in the board at that time, Honorable Speaker. The HAL has demonstrated both political and administrative deficiency. However, we are very much delighted, Honorable MEC, for such improvement in the last financial year. We must commend the institution, especially for considering the recruitment and appointment of those young people. Because if those young people are not part of that entity, were not appointed, and you look at the department, the HOD, very young. You look at the management of that institution, very young, and women also included. Is a great achievement for the struggle which we want to realize and want to applaud you, the Honorable MEC. The fact that the entity is also, the mere fact that the entity in Geneva for compliance training in line with SACA regulation, which was conducted as planned in all the quarter, gives us hope that indeed the employee will not only be equipped with necessary tools to comply with the required aviation, but to implement what the AG and the portfolio committee believes in. What makes the portfolio committee and the AG worry at this point in time, Honorable Speaker, is the failure to take two appropriate disciplinary steps against officials who made the entity to incur fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure. In all the committees we serve, we have warned the department, especially those that are writing not only transport and community safety, those that are writing love disciplinary letters to officials who have done wrong things, especially when we know that after 6 months the same letters will not be in existence. This, obviously, in the eyes of the public, will be seen as conspicuous, sluggish move to encourage the perpetrator to do wrong things in various organizations or institutions with themselves. Honorable Speaker, without wasting time, we want to thank the Honorable MEC for the milestone she has traveled in making sure that the institution has the capable, young and energetic people who will assist this particular province to achieve greater desire.
Thank you very much, Honorable Serane. The next speaker is Honorable Rama Lore.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, the EFF is concerned that the department will be transferring over 70 million rands in grants to the Gateway Airport Authority Limited. This supports our view that government entities in Limpopo have collapsed and that they are not self-sustainable. Hence, the Department of Transport continues to pump money into her. Government entities must be able to generate their own revenue, grow the economy, and create jobs for their people. Unfortunately, government entities in this province rely on government bailouts instead of being self-sustainable. These monies, which are being channeled to entities as bailouts, could go a long way in addressing service delivery challenges of our people in communities. Just imagine that 70 million, what can 70 million do to our communities, especially water the boreholes, instead of pumping the money for useless things? The EFF is disturbed to see so much money being wasted on collapsed and dysfunctional entities which have no bearing on the lives of our people. Our people need water. This transaction is even mentioned with so much excitement and pride in the report as if it is progressive and revolutionary action. Honorable Deputy Speaker, unemployment equity statistics within the department is something all of us should be concerned about. Furthermore, it is unacceptable that out of a staff complement of 2,050, 54% are males, and the rest is occupied by female employees, which is 46% of the overall staff complement. The EFF strongly condemns the backward and barbaric mentality that men perform better in the workplace than women. So we need to accommodate our women. They can do it too, like men. Like my MEC of transport is a woman. My chairperson is a woman. My party leader is a woman. And they direct me, and I admit. Most worryingly, it's for this reason that women are mostly marginalized in the workplace, especially when it comes to promotion in senior management of the department. Most worrying is that youthful employees constitute 90% as compared to 35% of employees who are over 50 years. The departments must target the youth in its recruitment drive to bring fresh energy and fresh ideas into the department. Honorable Deputy Speaker, like the previous financial years, once more, the department excluded important indicators such as fraud and corruption, and irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures. The lack of desire by the department to prioritize dealing with these issues means that they are an accomplice. They like what is happening in this department and they condone it. We need focused leadership that will be irritated by corruption and all its associated anomalies and take decisive action, like the women that I just mentioned. The VPS enablers and participants are thinking about the hawks knocking on their doors instead of delivering safe delivery to the people. This is the problem of appointing people who have dark clouds over their heads to lead government departments. These people are orientated and still you expect them to deliver. Honorable Deputy Speaker, departments should ensure that remedial actions on the findings and recommendations made in various surveys and research studies in various public stations by the department itself are implemented. The implementations of the findings will ensure best practice and improvement in various police stations around the province. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Kakeho Pana.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a committee we were taken through the APP by youthful HOD. The department must be commended for appointing the only youthful individual Honorable Speaker, we hope that this will be the steps for the department in addressing the committee's concern that the department's youthful employees constitute of only 19% as compared to the 35% of employees who are over 50 years. Honorable Speaker, on transport operations, the department is mandated to ensure that committees in areas with little productive economic activity have access to areas with economic activities and services like healthcare, access to grant pay points and education by providing reliable public transportation. The existence of 26 bus contracts which have been in existence since 1997 at a cost of over 687 million has always been of great concern to the committee. It is therefore commendable that the department is finally addressing the unequal spread of subsidized buses influenced by apartheid spatial planning patterns that still linger 24 years into democracy. 4 district municipalities were reported to have signed the IAA. As a committee, we were impressed by the progress, and we equally call on the Sekhukhune district municipality to come on board to join all other districts, as this will ensure that the new bus contracts are completed in an effort to provide consistent public transportation to all the commuters in the province. The bus contracts will finally be re-advertised in the incoming financial year. These advertisements can be expected in the 2024-2025 financial year. This new composition of bus operators contracted being reconfigured will ensure that the deserving and historically disadvantaged bus operators are also empowered economically. On transport regulations, the increasing high number of pedestrians who continue to die on our roads were raised sharply, and as a committee we were concerned on setting the performance target of a 5% decrease for road crashes and fatalities. As part of our engagement with Honorable Deputy Speaker, we advise the department to strengthen intergovernmental efforts aimed at reducing the number of pedestrian accidents on provincial and municipal roads in the province, and further engage NIDET on their positioning and awarding of towing permits near roads, as this often contributes to road fatalities when pedestrians walk intoxicated into oncoming car on the road. Honorable Speaker, on matters of Provincial Secretariat for the Police, we continued our calls for the Provincial Commissioner to grace us with a presence at meetings. The last time that some of us in the committee, portfolio committee meeting, were addressed by a Provincial Commissioner was when the current National Commissioner was a Provincial Commissioner in the province. It is therefore this reason that as a committee we commend the current MEC for hearing our concern and frustrations as a committee, as we were finally graced by the Provincial Commissioner's presence in our meeting, and importantly we were able to engage on long-standing safety matters and ongoing concerns. Honorable Speaker, the previous poor representation of SAPS in meetings by them hindered the committee to effectively engage on pressing safety issues and to inform a clear picture of the state of SAPS in the province in the midst of the rising crime stats. We engaged on matters including rape, police discussed the call on both the Department of Transport and Community Safety, Agriculture to collaborate efforts to combat stock theft in the province. The stock theft units have only 77 officers with 34 vehicles, including 2 quad bikes and a truck at their disposal to combat stock theft prevention, which is inadequate. Of the 6,761 cattle that were stolen during the fourth quarter, only 1,041 were recovered, and of the 9,536 goods stolen, only 812 were recovered. These figures indicate the significant financial losses incurred by farmers, including subsistence farmers who were dependent on their livestock for a living. Stock theft is much higher than reported, as the low arrest and conviction rates serve as deterrents for the reporting of such crimes. Honorable Speaker, we further engaged on the concerning rising of mob justice and the need for more personnel. As a committee, we welcomed the 987 new constables which were trained and placed at different police stations, to which a breakdown report of their allocation was requested. A further number of 349 trainees have been sent to the training college as part of addressing the shortage of personnel within the subs. During past oversight visits by the committee to subs garages, most garages were inadequately resourced and were in need of additional assistant mechanics amongst many challenges. Therefore, the addition that subs was in the process of appointing mechanics and artisans to address challenges within the subs garages is a step in addressing challenges experienced in these garages. While the committee expressed our satisfaction with seemingly functioning of community policing and safety, we expressed our concerns on the inadequate allocation of resources to enable them to discharge their responsibilities effectively and efficiently within their communities. It is, however, hoped that the over 15 million budget allocation will also address these concerns. Honorable Speaker, GAL continues to struggle. It is unable to sustain itself. However, last year presentation on plans by the entity sparked some hope, and if implemented as presented during the portfolio committee, we might just see progress on that. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Rebecca Siona. The committee chair of Honorable Ramanore.
Honorable Speaker, Mayor Rosemary Limpopo, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Goldwyn Madibe, Acting Premier, Honorable Seaparo Squadi, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Mayor Sarah Ngome Munyamani, and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Chair Selane, the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Isom Mokhanyana, and Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Monica Mchadi, Honorable MECs present in the House today, Honorable Chairpersons of various portfolio committees, Honorable members of this August House in the opposition. I don't want to be specific. In particular, Honorable Vanderbilt, Honorable Ramalabella, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we noted and we noted and welcome the departmental allocation of 2.4 million as the total budget allocation for the financial year 2023-2024. The budget allocation for the department includes the transfers to the Gateway Airport Authority Limited. The committee will work together with the department to ensure that the funds are used in accordance with the approved APP. We welcome the transfers of 70 million to GAL and believe that it will assist to enhance the capacity and development in that entity. We have noted that the entity is engulfed by a number of challenges that need the attention of the Board of Directors. Honorable Speaker, the Board of Directors must not sit at the laurels, but must ensure that all strategies adopted are implemented, including consequence management. In this financial year, we need to feel the changes that bring the development in that entity, and we want to see huge and tangible development in relation to the following international effort. That economic activity will take place. The committee will work together with the department and GAL during oversight work to ensure that performance indicators and targets set out in the entity's APP are implemented. Honorable Speaker, the committee welcomes the appointment by Honorable MC Mirazani of the youthful head of department. However, the committee raised a concern about the employment equity statistics of the department, and the department must make sure that it balances its employment equity in line with the Employment Equity Act. Youth employees, out of 2,000 staff members, 54% is dominated by male, while 46% is female. Youth employees constitute only 19%. The committee will work together with the department in making sure that the equity in terms of employment is brought to a balance. And we believe, Honorable MC, we believe that by appointing a youthful HOD, we believe that the oversight on GAL will bring its turnaround strategy to reality for self-sustainability. The committee was concerned about the fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure, and the Board of GAL must work hard to ensure that the unwanted expenditures are eliminated this financial year because they derail the progress in that entity. The board must take action against officials who derelict their duties. These expenditures are totally unacceptable and cannot be left unattended. During the interaction with the department on its APP, the committee was briefed that there are efforts to provide accessible and affordable public transport. The committee welcomed the efforts and raised a concern on the commitment of the department to renew existing tenders and bus contracts which have been in place for over 20 years to date. The department must review those contracts and make sure that they are awarded justly and equitably to qualified service providers. The committee supports the adoption of the APP and budget as the report of the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair, Honorable Siona. We shall now call upon the MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Honorable Florence Razila, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Acting Premier, Honorable Charles Kwati, my colleagues in the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip of this House, the Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Chair,
of Transport and Community Safety, honorable members of this august House, good afternoon as well to the HOD of the department, Mr. Machena, and all senior officials, ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery. Honorable Speaker, allow me to join those who spoke before me and start my presentation with the messages of condolences to the Honorable Premier Shukwu Stanley Matawata, his family and the people of this province on the loss of our dear mother and First Lady of the province, Megi Matawata. We will keep the Matawata family in our prayers as they are dealing with this bereavement. We pray that the family find comfort as they are busy with preparations of her funeral. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the debates as presented, and we view this process as a fundamental oversight assignment that is meant to ensure that government departments are executing their service delivery function in an accountable manner. We remain answerable to this legislature, and we always look forward to the robust engagements which are not only critical to our work, but are also helping us to serve our people better. We welcome and appreciate all the inputs by honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, led by the Chairperson, Honorable Rebecca Sion. These contributions will assist the department to work harder to ensure improvements on the services we give to our people. Honorable Speaker, we have noted concerns raised by honorable members with regard to non-compliance with the legal requirements that governs public administration in order to promote good governance, and also failure on the part of the entity and the department to achieve some of the targets that we set for ourselves. The late submission of the annual report of the entity, I want to bring to the House that this is the matter that was brought before. The annual report needed an audit report which was completed very late because GAL requested postponement of submission of the annual financial statement, which led to the delay of the audit report. And the late submission of the annual financial statement was mainly due to vacancies in the financial section. The House should also note that all these positions has since been filled. We are also finalizing the appointment of the CEO in order to bring stability in the entity. The downgrading, honorable members are aware, was caused by safety issues picked by the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and they have since been addressed. It was once brought to the attention of this august House that due to non-compliance, there were 14 issues that were picked up that the entity was not in compliance. But as we speak now, all those issues have been resolved. We have noted, honorable members, that you have raised sharply the issue of the entity failing to collect enough revenue to sustain itself financially. This is the matter that the House keeps on raising, and we want to bring to this House, to honorable members, that through a comprehensive turnaround strategy, the entity has managed to identify number of revenue streams that will then assist the entity to be on its financial feet. We welcome a proposal by members of the committee to encourage all of us to utilize the services of the airport, because majority of us, we frequent Gauteng and other provinces, but we prefer to be on the ground instead of using our own airport. I hope going forward, Honorable Mapolo, when you go to Gauteng, we will see you with your luggage approaching the airport, so that we minimize blaming the entity. It's not about the entity and the management when it comes to revenue. It should also be the issue that we assist to resolve as these honorable members. Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, on the implementation of consequences management, this is the matter that we don't even want to delay as the department. But I will encourage honorable members, portfolio committee members, to also familiarize yourselves with all the laws and the regulations that govern public administration. Where the wrong has been done, you must also make sure you follow due process before you can implement the consequences management. And by so saying, I'm not saying as the department we want to run away. It's just for honorable members to understand some of the delays that they are not deliberate. It's because you have to investigate so that when you apply the consequences management, you must not be found to be irrelevant. You must be guided by the outcome of the process. So we are busy implementing that to make sure that all officials who contributed to the non-compliance with laws and regulations, it might be affecting the unwanted expenditure or part of the failure to disclose the financial interest. Those officials will be taken to task. The issue of cadre deployment and appointment of people without requisite skills, we are inviting honorable members. You are more than welcome to approach the entity, to approach the department. We know that in terms of the Constitution of the Republic, we must be transparent, we must be honest, we must be accountable. You must come and check for yourself. The chairperson of the Board of God has got 21 years in the space of aviation. You go to the CEO who was acting. Those are highly qualified, with specialized in scarce skills, looking at the required skills in public administration. So tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, on Friday, tomorrow, the 30th of June 2023, I will be engaged in a day-long meeting with members of the board and management of GAD. Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, you are also invited together with your collective. A great part of our meeting will focus on the entity's turnaround strategy, audit findings, and the issues that were raised by the South African Civil Aviation Authority when the airport was downgraded. We are embarking on this rigorous exercise to ensure that the entity shall not repeat similar errors that led to the downgrading of the airport in 2021. Coming to the department, Honorable Speaker, I think I don't want to delay this sitting unnecessarily so, but when it comes to disclosure of financial interest, consequences management, these are issues that we are making sure that we deal with them. It will not be easy for me, Honorable Speaker, with due respect, to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Ramalobela, especially when he was alleging that for the quarter, the department set 3 targets and only 1 was met. It can't be possible. The department has got 4 programs. I'm sure when Honorable Pala was here, you might have learned 1 or 2. Because this house, we don't come here being experts. We also utilize this time and space to also capacitate and empower ourselves in areas where we individually have some gaps. So I would also encourage Honorable Member, because it won't be easy for me, Honorable Speaker, to account 3 targets for the department for the quarter, 1 is achieved, unless if it's attached to a particular program within the department. We have noted the issue of employment equity. It's something that we are taking serious. And under the stewardship of the Honorable Premier, we do have the Expo resolution on the matter, that all the department must do their best to make sure that we work towards reaching the target. Honorable Speaker, for the underspending, the issue that was raised, it's true that we have underspent our budget with around 4% because of number of factors, which include the following: an approved recruitment plan, which was only implemented in the next financial year, and our spending on goods and services was also delayed by the litigation process, where government had to defend in court its continued implementation of the preferential procurement regulation. The hold-up had a bearing on our spending pattern, and many other government departments were also affected. We were also affected by the lapse of the transversal contract for the procurement of traffic officials' uniform. The budget meant for this function could not be spent because this contract has expired and there was no way that government fund could be spent on a non-existing contract. And it's something that we are working on, because in these offices where we are given the opportunity to serve our people, we are not supposed to wait for the contract to expire. We must be equal to the task to make sure that we try and avoid that. It is true, Honorable Pala, that the target we set for ourselves in terms of revenue collection, we surpass the target as the department, and we appreciate, because this was also due to the contribution by honorable members who from time to time when we go to meetings, they will want to find out how much have we collected. Honorable Speaker, on issues related to police or policing in the province, we will never falter on the police secretariat support that we provide to the community policing and safety forums. We count among the provinces, with the best model on CPFs and community safety forums in the Republic, and we shall not deviate from this practice. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 28 June 2023, we joined the Deputy Minister of Police in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Kasel Matale, we oversaw the passing out parade of 148 police constables from the Tabazimbi Police Academy. This cohort is part of the 10,000 trainees who were recruited in 2022 after the presidential pronouncement to inject additional human capacity within the South African police services. This will go a long way. And we also welcome the input that we need to move with speed in terms of the implementation of the National Transport Land Act. It is true that almost 4 districts have come to the party. We have already set a meeting with the district of Skukuni so that we finalize the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. This implementation of the Act will assist us because it's bringing a new approach on the management of bus subsidized contract. The meeting I've indicated we have already arranged. Honorable Ramalove, let me assure you, it will never happen under our watch where we can undermine the people who go all out, regardless of the list of all these other political parties. But the people went all out and vote for the African National Congress. When we talk about the subsidized bus contract, this is the initiative of the ANC-led government to try and assist the poor people there. So there's no way where we are going to neglect our people. But we are also doing our part by also reminding us that don't neglect people who gave you the power, because we are also looking forward to get this power. Because looking at you, we can see that you are running the programs of government. And it's not a thing for you to admire, but we want to promise you that that one is not going to happen under our watch. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members raises issues during the debate, and when we afford members of the executive to respond, you become impatient. Honorable Mabu, the MEC was responding to the issues raised. Let's proceed. I think we are now done with the second reading of the debate, and the remaining items I think will move with speed. Let's move to item 7.12, motion for the suspension of the House Rule 173 in order to allow the House to proceed with the third reading of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill by Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mohonyana, the Chief Whip of the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon to honorable members. Honorable Speaker, House Rule 173 provides that unless otherwise provided in these rules, not more than one stage of bill may be taken on the same sitting day, if objection to a further stage is made by 4 or more members. It has therefore become necessary to invoke the provision of House Rule 5 to suspend the provision of House Rule 173 in order to allow the House to finalize the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2023, E02-2023 today, as the House will be going into recess. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Any someone? Honorable Selani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Motion for the third reading of the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2023 by the MEC for Provincial Treasury.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, now that the Limpopo Appropriation Bill 2023, B02-2023, has gone through all the relevant stages of the legislative process of this House, I now move that the bill be read for the third time in terms of the provision of House Rule 170. I move accordingly, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Any support? Honorable Macron. Thank you very much. We are now going to adopt the schedule by schedule of the bill. Those who agree will say yeah, and those who disagree with the bill will say nay. Schedule 1, which is the definition. Yeah. Schedule 2, appropriations of money. Yeah. Schedule 3, amounts listed as specifically and exclusively appropriated. Yeah. Schedule 4, conditions for appropriations. Yeah. Schedule 5, authorization of expenditure. Yeah. Schedule 6, spending before commencement of Appropriation Act for 2024-2025 financial year. Yeah. I will ask the secretary to read the short title. Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This act shall be called the Limpopo Appropriation Act 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. We are now going to adopt vote by vote of the bill. Vote 1, Office of the Premier. Yeah. Vote 2, Limpopo Legislature. Yeah. Vote 3, Department of Education. Yeah. Vote 4, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Yeah. Vote 5, Provincial Treasury. Yeah. Vote 6, Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. Yeah. Vote 7, Department of Health. Yeah. Vote 8, Department of Transport and Community Safety. Yeah. Vote 9, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Yeah. Vote 10, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Yeah. Vote 11, Department of Coxstar. Yeah. Vote 12, Department of Social Development. Yeah. Thanks very much. Item 8. Item 8, the Chief Whip, the Honorable Chief Whip to come and move the motion.
And honorable members, I wish to announce that after consultation with the programming committee, it was decided that when this House rises today, it will go into recess and will reconvene on Thursday, the 1st August 2023 at 10 hours in this Limpopo Legislative Chamber. I so move.
Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second Honorable the Chief Whip, Honorable
Thank you very much. Announcement by the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We have got a few announcements. The first one is that the NCOP has brought us a draft provincial week program, which will start on the 11th to the 15th of September, just after we come back from recess. The theme of the NCOP week is building vibrant provincial and municipal infrastructure for effective delivery of services to communities. So we are announcing it because it will just be a week after we come back. It will be the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure together with COXA that will be affected by the NCOP week. So we might be communicating with the relevant portfolio committees in between while we are in recess. The second announcement is that it is SARS tax season, which will resume on the 7th of July, and honorable members are by law expected to submit their tax returns. So the legislature has arranged a full-day session with South African Revenue Services to workshop honorable members, as we always do. And the date of the workshop and the venue is as follows. The venue will be Parliamentary Village. The date will be the 13th of July, 2023. Time is between 9 and 16 hours. We urge all honorable members to be part of this so that we don't have challenges. The other one is that the Speaker will lead the delegation to the Premier's family, a sympathy visit tomorrow, Friday, 30th June 2023, 10 o'clock, Step Park, Bulukwan. We urge honorable members to be there, more especially on time, because there are a lot of stakeholders that are visiting the family. If we don't adhere to 10 o'clock, you might find that the other stakeholders are already there. So 10 o'clock, all of us, we must be there. Lunch is ready. Lunch plus dinner is ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The honorable members, the House is not yet adjourned. The House is adjourned to Thursday, 31st August 2023 at 10 hours in this Limpopo Legislative Chamber. Thank you.